testify at this moment to the Father's extend to thy might, to poverty, and to thy will. Is another throne, but he the heaven beareth,
O Lord, the faces of thy servants, that they may behold thee and cleanse their hearts, that they enter into the court of thy heavenly favors and recognize him who is the manifestation of thyself and the day spring of thine ascents. Verily, thou art the Lord of all words. There is no God but thee, the unconstrained, the all subduing. You all may sit, please. Thank you so much, teachers. I would now request our galvanizers to please volunteer and come on stage as we wish to offer all religion prayer, one in Hindi, one in Urdu, and one in Christianity. If anyone please can volunteer out of these three, ma'am, please come. A kind request, if you can please come on stage and offer the prayers and say some verse from the Bible and one from Quran.
Good morning and Jai Jagat. Okay, please join your hands and close your eyes for Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yo Nah Prachodayat Diyo Yo Nah Prachodayat Diyo Yo Nah Prachodayat.
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निरभो निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अर्जुनी सैभं गुर प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। इन्ना अतैनाकल कौसर फसल्लि लिरब्बिका वन्हर इन्ना शानिका हुवल अब्तर।
We'll now have a one verse from the Bible, a Christian prayer, and followed by lighting of the lamp. So I request Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhi to do the honor. So, do we have anyone who can read out and chant a Christian prayer for us?
Let's say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father in heaven, holy be thy name. Thy kingdom come, their will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Don't bring us to test, but deliver us from evil. Please.
We now are ready for the lighting of the lamp. For that, I request Ma'am Dr. Gandhi, along with the Innovation Wing team and all MLAs, if they can join us on the stage, it would be wonderful. Requesting everyone's presence on the stage, please. Our esteemed members from the Innovation Wing and all MLLs, all headmistresses and coordinators from different campuses of CMS.
of the darkness shining. Lord, the light of your love is shining in the midst of the dark. May the light all over the world. And harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May His love spread far all over the world. Peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever. May this love spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever. May this love spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May the sun spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever.
Lord,
Forever
may this
and
candle that I have lit
ever.
be light from you to lighten my way through difficulties and decisions. May it be fire from you to burn up my selfishness, my pride, and all that is impure within me. May it be flame from you to warm my heart and teach me love. Lord, I cannot stay long in your house. This candle is a little bit of myself that I can offer to you. Help me to continue my prayer in all that I do. So now is the time when I invite on mic Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhi, the program creator of ALfA, with these lines in his honor, in her honor. Zamir zinda rakh, Kabir zinda rakh, सुल्तान भी बन जाए तो दिल में फकीर जिंदा रख, हौसले के तरकश में कोशिश का वह तीर जिंदा रख, हार जाए सब कुछ जिंदगी में अगर, मगर फिर से जीतने की वह उम्मीद जिंदा रख. So on uh, on this note, I would request Ma'am Dr. Gandhi to address the August gathering.
So, Jai Jagat, everyone. I hope your Josh is still high. How high? This high, this high, this high, this high, this high, or this high. Good, excellent. All right. So very happy that we can be here together. Today we are going to do a little bit of a different way of conducting our learning, sharing, and so forth. Um, so we're going to be here for about an hour, after which we'll be breaking into focus groups by grade level. So like grade one teachers from all the campuses will be split up into two halves. Um, the innovation wing members will be helping orchestrate the meeting, and your MLNs also, of course. I'm very grateful that you're here in full spirit, as I could tell on the stage. These are people who are working alongside the galvanizers, the middle level galvanizers, and who are working alongside with your principals and headmistresses. Um, Nothing happens without due respect to the roles that people play, because um, we may not always agree with people in authority, but we know that there's a need for all the structures that are in place. So we are grateful for all the middle level leaders, we are grateful for the headmistresses, we're grateful for the principals. And many of you will become headmistresses, coordinators, principals down the road. And for sure, I mean, this is something very, very much a direction that we can hope to take in our professional development. It doesn't have to be, because being a teacher, and in our case, a galvanizer, is probably the utmost privilege of all. Do you agree? It's the biggest privilege, because you are directly serving these children in the most um, wonderful possible way we can worship God. It's sort of like worshiping God. These children are so pure hearted, so beautiful, and we get an opportunity to more directly interact with them, be with them. So, in a way, for a teacher, perhaps the highest status is to be a teacher and continue to serve these children. I know you excel so very much because of who you are. I mean, CMS teachers in particular are very committed, very hardworking. As we saw, I mean, literally, we challenged you to produce something literally overnight, and I mean, the presentations. How many of you agreed they were excellent? Again, you can show your hands up. How many of you think it was excellent? Those who don't think it was excellent, that's okay. We can aspire to higher always. But I think this was so remarkable that literally within your holiday period, many of you worked in your holidays to make it possible. And so you set very high standards, and I think this is what it takes to create a very high standard school. It takes to make our children aspiring people, to make them themselves very, very aspiring. I had the privilege of visiting Finland, and as it happened, I was addressing an audience of principals, Ministry of Education people, uh, Finnish National Board of Education people. In the audience were some amazing people, and but they cherry pick one person from the world to come and speak to the Finnish educators. And when they asked me, I nearly flipped. I said, "Wow, me, Sunita Gandhi," you know.
how can I be asked to speak in Finland? And that too at the national conference of educators, which in which they bring just one person from across the globe to be the keynote. The rest are parallel sessions like you're going to get into now. So there are breakout groups in Finland also. So in the morning there are two presentations, one from the director of education, and one from somebody who is asked by them to come there. They pay the fare, they pay the flights, and uh, and they take care of you like a state guest. So I was really, feeling very privileged. But I went to my mother. I said, "Mommy, फिनलैंड वाले लोगों ने मुझे बुलाया है, जाएं कि ना जाएं?" I'm feeling really not so confident because if you look at the PISA reporting, you all know about PISA. This is the assessment that's done of 15-year-olds, primarily in OECD countries. These are the Western countries, but once in a while, including other countries. And as it happened in 2009, we were included in the PISA test in India. So two states, uh, children were tested at the level of 15 years of age. And there were other developing countries as well. And what is really interesting, of course, PISA rankings have put Finland pretty much at the top of the world. Like year after year, or whenever they're taken every 3 years. The Finnish children, 15 years of age, are 3 years to 7 years ahead of every other country. Can you believe that? I'm sorry, many other countries, not every other country, many other countries. And the average is pretty much very high. Recently, I think I need to check on data, but they adopted project-based learning as the modus operandi. They changed certain things. So I don't know how that has affected their ranking, but Finland is among the top. And so other top 10 countries would include Canada, Australia. It'll also include Hong Kong, China, Singapore, Korea, from the developing world, sort of in the middle of the developing spectrum. And guess where India was? Any clue? It was near the bottom. And only country below India was Kyrgyzstan. So thank God for Kyrgyzstan, we were not rock bottom. We were near the bottom. So I said to mommy that, look, I mean, I know they're great educators, and now you are the great educators. Literally, what I can tell, like the research that happened yesterday, I want to talk about that a little more. But, you know, what is greatness? Who knows what is greatness? So this lady who invited me to Finland, Pirjo Koivula, she is a counselor. She's also a recipient of the highest honor of the government of Finland because she brought into effect or fought for the right of the children to get early intervention. So if, for example, you notice that a particular child is not doing so well in reading, is failing in reading, or failing in anything at all, so you have to take immediate action. You can't delay it. So what we do is we say, okay, well, end of the academic year, we find out that the child is not doing so well. But even then, we don't take action. We just assume they're not good enough. And what she fought for and got knighted in her country for was that she stood up for these children and said, no, there must be a law that allows quick action for any difficulty we notice along the way with a child that's struggling for any reason at all. And it was just incredible. She heard me speak at some event. And so I do go around once in a while and speak here and there and everywhere. So she heard me speak at some event, and then she invited me to be the keynote. Right? You don't know what word goes from where and how and all that. So I went to my mother and I said, "Mom, should I go?" Because Finland at the top of the world, India, the perception, not with Perio, she's not looking at that, but with the rest of the people who are going to come there, they're going to say, oh, they invited somebody from India. India is the rock bottom. So I put that concern to my mother, and she said, Beta, what you are talking about is obviously the most important thing for Perio, and therefore you should go. Right? You talk about what you talk about. You talk about what you are motivated by, what you think is important. Just talk about that. So I went. I asked Pidio the same question. I said, Pidio, how will it go for your country that you're inviting me from India? And PISA is so dominant in everyone's mind in the Western world. So how will they perceive? And she says, Sunita, The messages you are giving are the messages that our educators need to hear. Please come, please come, right? So I went. And then on the stage, it's really interesting. So I was on that side where the cameraman is, Haider Bhaiya is there. And he's a great cameraman, by the way. Please clap for him. Um, right. So I was in that spot on that side with the podium like this. There was a table on this side with three or four people sitting. They must be the organizers, but among them was Pidio Koivula. On the wall, on the where you've got these screens, was something very fascinating and interesting I'd never seen before, where the teachers on their mobile could write their questions and comments as I was speaking or anybody was speaking. They could write their questions and comments, and you could see that scrolling through. It's pretty daunting. You're seeing comments about your own presentation on the screen, on the wall as you're speaking. So from that side, I could view, these things. And my concern was just period. It was 1 hour that I was given, which is a long time. And my concern was, is Perio happy? Because she shouldn't feel let down that, I didn't do a good job. But the comments I got, and they also do a poll. They do 3-question poll where they rank the presentation on the basis of, uh, these questions on these 3 questions. And I still have the data someplace in my laptop because later on Priya sent it to me. But it was very good to see the reactions, and I got a lot of blogs that teachers wrote as they were going back on the trains to their various. They were mostly principals, and then there was a breakout session which also I spoke to the principal. So I wanted, and then I had taken a bag full of my things. At that time, I was not doing ALfA. Whatever I had, I took with me to share with the educators. And guess what? When I shared those things and I was talking in this breakout room, everybody emptied my bag. I wasn't left with one parcha, one thing. After I spoke, and this was really, I just want to say this as an example to encourage you, because we are what we do in the end, right? So when I was speaking, of course, the director was sitting, and on that chair, like where I think it is Raki who's sitting there. I'm not sure who's sitting there. I can't see very well. Yeah, Raki's sitting there, right there. Do Rakis, okay? Okay, so around that place was sitting another person called Irmeli Hailinen. Irmeli was the architect of the new curriculum that started in 2014 to 2016. So I was then 2013, by the way. And she was sitting there and she was breaking brisk notes. I could see from there that somebody's making, maybe some others were, but my thing was that she was just briskly making these notes. I had no idea who she is, not at all. When I finished my talk, I was gathered by a lot of people, and she was among them. And she said, I want to see you. And Peter was standing right there. She says, well, you have to take permission from me. So they were fighting for the time with me. But anyway, I did go and see Emily. Finally, she put it on the schedule. They're very precise about who goes where and what you do. And I was treated so much. I mean, they did dinners in my honor. I was there for about 4 days. I went to see 9 different schools. I went to meet the government officials in different levels, including the rural area. And I had so much to learn. I mean, just one of the things that I learned from them, I think, was really remarkable, was the humility of the teachers. And these teachers were outstanding teachers. And one of the reasons they were outstanding, and why you are outstanding, perhaps for a different reason, but one of the reasons that they were outstanding is because they were very ambitious, hardworking, aspiring teachers, like you are. For a different reason, but they were aspiring because they had been selected by the universities. You cannot be a teacher in Finland unless you're in the top 10% of your class. They have to have a master's degree. And to be selected to study masters in education, you have to be top 10% of your university. Then once you get into masters, you have to be top 10% to be selected to be a teacher in a classroom. They're paid well, and so OECD average is whatever, and they're paid above that average. They're respected a lot more. I mean, everybody respects a teacher in Finland, not just in Finland, across the world now, because these teachers are producing results. Now, what's really fascinating also is that their students respect. Why do they respect them? Imagine you're the top 10% of your bachelor's batch and of the master's batch 10%, that means 1% of the top performers of the country become teachers. And all these teachers, the children look up to. Why do the children look up to a teacher who's a topper? They know she's a topper. They know, she's earned her way there. So that's one reason. But also they're very aspiring for their children. They're very hardworking like you are. They're very committed like you all are. And I think these are the ingredients that make your children far more successful than if you're just following a curriculum, even an alpha curriculum. It doesn't matter. If you just put it up as a book outside there and you just teach them like a normal way, I don't think this will happen. So it's not just curriculum, it's also who you are. You put yourself out there for the children, in those ambitious, hardworking, committed ways. And so that was really fascinating. And the humility was very attractive to me because, I again go there from a different country. By the way, a lot of Indian educators have made it there, including Ritu Chitranshi, who is the head and founder of a school that is my franchise in Kanpur. It's called Merchant International School. So Ritu Chitranshi just went there about a month and a half ago, and she loved it too. I gave her all the context I have, and she had a nice welcome and everything. They're very, very kind hearted people, but they're also humble. Maybe excellence comes with humility. Would you agree? Yeah, excellence comes with humility, and because they're constantly learning. So I went into the classes, just all the kids sitting there, and I spoke to them. I interacted with them, I did some fun things with them, and I said, "Okay, everybody draw a smiley." So I took the paper, they all drew smileys, and I collected the smileys, and that was my research. Like how many of them liked it and didn't like it. I also noticed certain things that I wish were better. And one of the things I noticed is that in the classes, and of course they are very um, driven to take care of the special needs children, but the formulation in which they do it, I don't know if that's right. I think I still don't know what should be done. But they, well, maybe I do a little bit now. I have an idea this might work, and you guys are doing that. That is your paired learning and random paired learning. So every child works with the other child. But what they were doing was having an assistant teacher who would be in the class next to the child, in one particular child I'm thinking of, a girl in grade 7, I think it was. And this teacher is with the child to help her. And this child, she was looking down. Every time I do an activity, she would not look up. She was looking down like I'm good for nothing. And for me, I think this is the biggest thing. They don't, even if you are the worst in academic sense, even if you are struggling because there are different capacities at times, but should you feel that way? Should you feel I'm not good enough, right? So we're doing something right when we're doing alpha because we're not attaching labels to the child. So we have to drop certain terminology in what we do, like for example, slow learner, fast learner. I know we say it a lot, even on the stage. There were at times we said it. The terminology has to go because, in a way, directly, even when we're saying it in our own group amongst ourselves, we are labeling children, and we may invariably do so in front of the children, directly or indirectly. So I think one of the directions we want to take as great educators, and as we move forward with our pedagogy and our sense of where we need to go and take our ship of education, I think we need to worry about every single child doing really well and nobody being labeled and everybody feeling human beings created by God Almighty, and they have as much right as everybody else. And it's not all about academics, please. We know that academics we can fix, the heart we cannot fix in this way. So we have to work on the heart. And so no labeling, no distinction or languages. We talked about this. It's so beautifully Station Campus did this on languages of encouragement. So we need to use those, but we need to be healing teachers. galvanizers in particular have to be very healing for the children. Their parents might do injustice to them. We need to talk to the parents, say, look, I mean, that's just not on, not an alpha. We're not going to do that. You're not going to say, oh, my child is not good enough, or beat him up or whatever. Yesterday, somebody was saying, the children used to be beaten up in kindergarten, even in kindergarten, because we used to have marks. Yeah, you heard somebody say that, right? One of the principals, Patra ma'am said that. So can you imagine that? It's horrifying to imagine that this was not even a short few years ago. So that, wherever we lack in the direction, you should stand up and say, this could be better. This can be done in this way or that way. And I think that would be great service to education. Now that you're in the, driver's seat as researchers, all of you, in fact, because you have the time to think, possibly a little more than before. You can sit and write your reflection in your register. Reflection registers about anything and everything you want to write down. Whatever's coming through your mind, just write it down, right? Because you are creating a footprint for a future education and your own journey towards that future, which will be a glorifying future. I imagine that, of course, City Montessori School being one of the beacon lights as we go forward in terms of sharing this pedagogy with the world. Um, let's not underestimate what we're doing, because, like I tried to do, saying to mommy, I don't want to go because I'm feeling, wow, what will they think? They'll probably mock at the fact that, India has been called. She said, no, go, because the message you have is an important one. Just say what you believe in. And I think that's where we're calling upon all of you to say what you believe in, to do what you believe in. And your heart, your mind, your work must all be aligned um, with what's expected of a great educator like you. And you will change the world because, somewhere the change has to begin. We have a handful of countries now dabbling with alpha. Every day I have some international meeting or the other online. Yesterday I had a meeting with ESO, which is Voluntary Service Organization of Rwanda, but they sit in Rwanda. They work for the world at large because they contacted me after I went to Rwanda. So the thing is, you don't know where change will begin. You know that one of the talks engaged somebody in, invited somebody called Dr. Abdullah Rashid Ahmad. Many of you have the Minister of State of Education for the Maldives. I invited him for a D-Talks, which is Disruptive Talks on Literacy, and it's a sort of podcast. And he and I were in conversation. And at the end of the conversation, when the formal part was done, so I shared with him a little bit about our Alpha program. And guess what he said? I want it for my country, right? Can you believe it? In one conversation, he said, I want it for my country. And this went on to be supported by UNICEF. You make clap, of course. Yeah, it was amazing. So you don't know who you're talking to, how they can influence and shape the future of education. He took it up to his ministry. We had two delegations from there. 78 people came the first time from Maldives, because they, obviously having agreed to the idea that we should do it, he wanted everybody to buy into it. So practically the entire Ministry of Education of Maldives, including their quality assurance department, including their teacher training, the NEI, the research department, Shuhuda and uh, Suda and uh, other people, the research department of the country, 78 of them came to Lucknow with their own expense. Only thing we did was give them accommodation and meals. That's all. And they came to study your alpha pedagogy. And at that time, it was not in CMS, by the way. It was only in CIS and in the government schools. The next time they came, there were 130 of them that came, different set of people. They were principals from across the islands of the Maldives. 130 of them. They were standing here. We have a lovely picture of them. And we had a lot of lovely discussions before this. They went to CIS, of course, we had to rotate them, but at that time, there were two campuses of CIS also. By that time, they had started Aliganj 2 and Gandhinagar 2. So they went there as well, and they observed everything that CMS does, which is really awesome, like morning assembly and so many wonderful things CMS already does. Uh, so the idea that, uh, this happened is pretty impressive just for one podcast. Um, then his Ministry of Education approached their highest office, I think it is the Attorney General's office, who was to sign off, and we got, this is amazing, we got an MOU, that's a memorandum of understanding, as you know, to take up the entire country's education for pre-primary to grade three, pre-primary to grade three, entire nation. I have an MOU still sitting there with me. The only problem was that the government changed. And they are pro-China, not pro-India right now, unfortunately. So the whole thing is on a halt because previous governments go and they say, oh, we're not going to do what they did. So, like, after the pilot, we have the pilot results. The pilot was done in 13 schools of the Maldives and it was supported by UNICEF. The funding for the pilot came from UNICEF went to the government of Maldives. They conducted the pilot. They gathered the research data. The data was collected on our app, a mobile app that you're going to be using called iProgress app. Those who are new to it, and you already are using. So we have another one called Pragati app, which I use for government sector. So we had given them that app. Then at the end of when they collected all the data and all that, and they saw that, and as they press the button submit, they get all the reports. And they were like flabbergasted. Wow, this is amazing. So afterwards, these people asked me, can we have the app for our country? Right? So the things we are doing so humbly, so, like, so it's very little or nothing. It's appreciating. What you are doing, is going to be appreciated. I hope that all of you will make it to countries abroad in your holidays or some point we'll figure out a way and try to help me with taking this cause forward. Last year, we had two teachers from amongst you who went to the Maldives. They are the trainers. So it's called TOT, training of trainers. So they brought 30 people to Malay, which is really a big expense for them because from little islands they flew over to Malay. They spent some nights in Malay to be able to hear two of you conduct their training in Malay. So one was Smita Dixit. Please, can you stand up? Yeah, there she is. Can we clap for her? Right. And the other was Shangrila. Shangrila, where are you? Shangrila Khan from Aliganj 2. For grade 1 was Shangrila and for grade 2 was Smita. And it is just, I get, you know, absolutely, hair-raising kind of experience from this. Um, they were treated like royalty there. They were treated like the most esteemed guests. When you go to help other countries, you're treated very, very differently. You're not treated like just an ordinary person. They paid for their tickets. They paid for their accommodation, the best hotel of Malé. They took them on tour around their great nation in different places to island nearby Malé. And, they just basked so well in this connection, and I think it was a good experience for both of them. They were briskly sending me pictures and I was briskly forwarding them to their two principals. So it was enjoyment and fun for all of us. Smith and Shangrila, would you like to come up to the front and just say a little bit about your experience, please? Shangrila, it's just like such a small effort, 2 days trip in the month of May 2023, and this is what created an entire nation to sign up an agreement with you to take up ALfA in their country as well.
Good morning and Jajakat, everyone. So, a year before, I was given the opportunity to visit Maldives and to train the teachers, government teachers over there. Trainers, yes, ma'am. So it was, I would say, very exciting for all of us because I've never ever visited as a trainer. So it was a first opportunity for me to go there as a trainer. But I was having my co-teacher over there, so we were pretty confident, and has provided a lot of guidance so that we can execute what Ram has expected to us confidently. So it was 2 days training, and as one day allocated to literacy, another day is for numeracy. Teachers over there, the trainers over there, again, a bit apprehensive because it was unacceptable for them to train 4 or 5 years old to do wonders in the classes. 2023. Yes, ma'am. Um, just shorter words. So, um, Bitcoin hours. Yes, ma'am. Uh, so, on the first day, uh, we tried to unleash all the ALpha process. Um, Initially, I would say I just wanted to share because most of us are female teachers, but there the trainers were male and female both. So when we started doing the random pairing with them, it was like not easy for everybody. Yeah, to and a Muslim nation to adopt somebody to accept somebody as a male partner. But I would say by the end of the session, or people were confident. They were looking forward to implement the ALpha in their schools. Um, the way we were trained by Ma'am Smita, similarly we trained the teachers, the trainer over there. So we took the entire day for literacy, and in the end we had the feedback session. So again, like we had a lot of apprehensions how we're going to implement this. Is it really going to be beneficial for the children? Uh, because yes, because again, creating question and then to 5 to 7 years old children, not an easy task. It's a daunting task, I would say. But as we are more comforted with our peers, similarly, the teachers were there. Yes, and then we uh, on the next day we visited to 2 or 3 government schools, and they had put up some presentation before us just to give us honor and welcome us. It was overwhelming for both of us. Yeah, thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you, ma'am. As in the beginning, Aliganj 2 and Gomti Nagar 2 started this program. So, ma'am, Sunita ma'am gave us the opportunity to visit Maldives to train teachers. So, it was first time that we were going abroad to train a teacher, train teachers. First time to train teachers in a seminar and no, means not, but for the session seminars first time, first time ever in life. I think ma'am has also visited first time, yeah. So, so we went there. Uh, so we were thinking how to train teachers abroad because we have been training here in CMS, but abroad it was a bit uh, challenging also. But ma'am did hand holding and she for a demo, she took us to GN1. So we had a demo training session with the help of ma'am at GN1, and after that we went to Maldives. So as ma'am has already told that we did their numeracy and literacy training, and as we always do, we gather the data. In the end, when we gathered data and what report we got, uh, the answers, or we got a good response there also. So we shared with ma'am also the data and the reports. So it was overwhelming. So uh, what we thought that, but what we got, that it was accepted, and they were satisfied what we presented there. And yeah. So in ma'am's word, they were elated. So so we did there, and the next day also they took us to their schools also, where children welcomed us, and they has shown us how they were working in their school. There was one island, uh, Huria Island, and yeah, and in the Male city. So we went there, and principals welcomed us, and actually the teachers, 30, around 30 teachers, we trained. Most of them were principals, and some were teachers, and they visited, and we had words with few of them. So uh, few came on ships every day. Some were taking flights, uh, coming to take the training and going back every day. So we had a great experience, and thanks to ma'am that she gave us this opportunity. So we trained there, and yeah, we got a good response. And now in India also, today we are having, I think, more than 19 branches. Yeah. So more than 19 branches has adopted. Yeah, so we have 19 branches which we are following ALfA. And earlier when we started in our AG2 and GN2, it was only one control group and one ALfA group. Now uh, it was so successful, so that now all the sections are ALfA in our branch. I think it is same in GN2 also, right? Yeah, all the campuses. So we have this. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Just would like to add on, the program was only for 2 days, but we requested ma'am, and ma'am, in being so kind and grateful to us, she extended our a 1 day extension, 1 day, and we were taken to the sightseeing. So thank you so much, ma'am. It was a lovely, actually, I was a lovely experience for both of us. And another thing I would like to say, as ma'am quoted, that the teachers across the words, or ma'am was purposely talking about the Finland, the teachers were outstanding. And I found the same in Mali as in Maldives as well. They were enthusiastic to learn something new. They were actually looking forward what is we are going to unravel for them. So um, hmm. Yes, ma'am. And though it's a Muslim country, but everybody speaks only in English. So probably they could maintain the education, the standard of English, spoken English in their schools. And I think all of us are also not think I'm 100% sure. We are also uh, try to get our students to speak English most of the time. And um, again, I'm short of words.
I just want to
And
add.
thank you so much, teachers. Yeah, our ALfA family, when we visited, there were only two branches who adopted ALfA, and our ALfA family is growing now. It's growing. It's now 18 branches who have joined ALfA. All credit goes to ma'am. And thank you. I would like to say thank you for introducing this pedagogy. Our children are really doing wonders.
As ma'am says, everybody knows that change is constant and we have to adopt accordingly. So like ma'am has introduced Tina and Toto here, and now we have last year introduced, I mean this year we have introduced in Hindi Hira and Moti. So when we went to Maldives, so we took ALfA books with us. So when we opened it, so like what is there, what changes, it was almost same, but in place of Tina and Toto for Maldives, she has made them Zoe and Zan. So I like that also. So it was like Zoe and Zan for Maldives. So yeah, so she's adopting all the cultures and taking out the children from those countries, the names. So that was too good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Wow. I mean, isn't that awesome, guys? Would you like to clap for them? So, when you go as educators with your message and your humble efforts, people respond in very, very warm ways. I've had that experience a million times, literally. I went from here to Vadodara, and Rani Gaikavad has a school in her palace. So I was invited to be a guest of hers in her palace. Right? So you get to do amazing things, and I could have gone to Maldives, but I know personally that a teacher like yourself will do a far better job of convincing others than me, who is an academic researcher. Right? You'll do a far better job because you're in the trenches. You're with the children. Hmm? Okay, I hear a bit of buzzing. Maybe I'm talking a bit too much here, or we are. Um, are you all okay? Sure. Can you do a silent clap? Wow, awesome. Thank you. Hopefully that'll energize some of us. Okay, so now on so just to briefly mention that, like we have our Cambridge sections in some of the campuses, in Maldives the entire nation follows the Cambridge curriculum. So they do all the things that the CAS component, the IB, International Baccalaureate, it's entire country that's using Cambridge curriculum. They're not just good in English, they're super good in English. And they are also great researchers. They like to research things. It's really, the salary of the teachers is much higher than in India. Right? It's a developing country, so called, but if you go there, it feels like Europe. It feels really different. It's so neat and clean. It is so beautiful. I recommend that country to everyone. If you want to go for a vacation, go to Maldives. Just unbelievable place. uh, and the education system is also very good. The only problem is not just in the Maldives or in India or in any particular country, even Finland. The problem is to some extent foundational literacy and numeracy. So by the time they come to age 15, they're doing very well. But early on, I think that they could also benefit from our alpha pedagogy in Finland, in Singapore, in all these great countries. We just have to create a lot of research around it and share the data and ask them to pilot it. So for that, we have introduced something called RRI, which is called Rapid Results Initiative. So we take up 8 schools, that's all, 8 schools, 4 schools for implementation and 4 in control. And we do the baseline testing of all the 8. We have the 4 implement alpha pedagogy online, like I've given it to the US. So online they're doing it. And after they've done 45 days with it, with the curriculum like you have done last year and the year before. Last year and the year before, there were no books. So when they say we did last year or the last year, well, actually hardly you did, because you only did about 45 days of alpha. And that also electronically, and that also in a couple of subjects. So it was not like, like this year you've got the books, a whole year program. It's totally different. So they do the 45-day. After that, they do a post test of all the 8 schools, and very impressive that after they see the data, they want to do more of it, and they expand. So 8 schools becomes 800 schools, and even more. So it's growing really rapidly. We have entire, well, in Uttar Pradesh, we started with 20 schools, government schools, and guess how many we have now in Uttar Pradesh? 20 schools in 2022, August of 2022, and today, August of 2024, how many schools do we have? 7,000 in Lucknow. Okay. So that includes all of Lucknow schools. You'll be happy to know, and I'll need you for that as well. All of Lucknow schools, all of Unnao schools, all of Barabanki schools, and all of Shamli schools. That's 7,000 schools, government schools. So we've begun with the help of City Montessori School only for the first time. I think CMS is directly supporting in the name of Papa. Uh, we are, as City Montessori School, we've taken up 4 blocks of Lucknow entirely. So all the funding for that has come from CMS. You should be proud of you, CMS. And there'll be more, I'm sure, as we are able to showcase successes and data. And in addition to that, an entire state has taken up ALfA, complete state. Here there are 4 districts out of 75. Here we're talking about 12 districts out of 12 in Himachal Pradesh. And so we began with 476 schools, say 500 in Solan district. Then we took up 2 blocks of Kuppi and Chohara, which are in the remotest parts of Shimla. Shimla, of course, the beautiful city of Shimla. So that has 21 blocks, of which 2 it was started in. We are starting in February, on February 11th, we are starting in 6 more blocks. And we are also preparing for a statewide supplement to go out in February, March to the whole state. ALfA booklets to the whole state simultaneously, because the results are good. Everybody wants it. The Minister of Education of Himachal Pradesh came to this hall at our last Global Learning Lab at Leadership. Are you familiar? Are you aware of that? Yes. So you all know. So they came, the minister himself, and not just the minister, state project director, the director of elementary education, the principal secretary of education. No, principal secretary could not make it that time, but the top 3 of the 4 people came here in September, end of September last year, 2024. So you see, these are marvelous things that are happening. That's 10,500 schools, by the way. So we have over 17,000 schools now, starting with 20. It's going to grow like this, and I'll need you. How many of you are prepared to go help other schools? Can you stand up, please? I can't otherwise tell, especially in the back, I can't tell. How many of you are happy to go and help other schools? It can be in Lucknow, it can be Unnao, it can be Videsh, any country in the world. I think some of you may have practical constraints, but this is really lovely to see. Thank you. That's great. Clap for yourselves. Great. So one of the commitments we make as ALfA galvanizers is to galvanize others and help others. And this is part of your research initiative as well. Now, last thing I want to talk about is research. Because, see, we have taken a data-driven approach. We have done the analysis using the scanning app, as you've used, for phase 1 end. Phase 3 end will also, there will also be a test across all campuses, including ALfA, non-ALfA campuses. We've done the analysis for phase 1. I'll be sharing with your principals the data and the analyses, but it shows that the ALfA campuses have done far better than the non-ALfA campuses in the phase 1 end, right? So that is because the pedagogy is working, and now we'll do phase 3 also. There's no reason to fix the data, because you never know what is really real till you do it real. So authentic data collection is very helpful, and as researchers we have to be very authentic, because there's no point doing something which is just for the show. So I want to invite all the people who won the research award yesterday from Gomti Nagar 1 campus to please come on stage. All the ones who won the award yesterday. So there were 33 applications. Is that correct? Savita ji, how many applications were there from Gomti Nagar 1? 19 from pre-primary and 18 from primary. So that adds up to about almost 40. 40 minus 3. 37. Thank you. Right. Okay, so please come. And of these, only I think 20 got the research award. And they're coming to you. Okay, so those who are MLLs, can you please come here? Yeah, you're MLL. Who else is an MLL? I think Huma Jaffer and Nilu Katiyar, you're here. Nilu ma'am is not here today, okay? All right. So, Huma, can you come as well to the front? Anybody else who's an MLL from your campus? Okay. Okay. Subi, where is she? Not here. Okay. All right. So, these are the people who won the award. Can we please give them a big clap? Um, they worked really hard for the award. They'll explain themselves. You know, uh, I had offered it to all of City Montessori School, but then I realized that one campus was extremely enthusiastic, and that was Gomti Nagar 1 to do the research. So we had them be the first campus to do the research. And it was their call. It is not compulsory that everybody does it. Please, no, we don't want to make it compulsory. And there was a criterion, and it's my bad that it did not go quickly enough to them. It's still they persisted, they wrote up their research, and then finally, when I gave them the criterion, which is a 13-point criterion, they remolded their research accordingly, and worked literally really hard till the end, till they submitted their research papers with evidence, with analyses, with parent surveys, and they'll explain what all they did within it to collect the data. And then that was analyzed by the innovation wing team and some others. And from that, 20 were selected. The others are research fellows now, the who did not make it, and they will endeavor to put it against that guideline. Some of it is that it was not necessarily put against the guideline, and that's my bad, as I said. But in the next stage, they will also be applying for the award, and all of you will, hopefully, those who want, will do so for the next round. We meet together in a big way. But maybe you need time also, and now end of the year coming, it will probably be in May, June's time when we get together again in a proper way. So, but it's really remarkable. So I would like all of you, I'll just pass the mic around there to say what your research was on, right? But maybe Huma and Neetu can please share what was it all about, just generally, and how it went for all of you.
Jai Jagat, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our respected Sunita Gandhi ma'am, who gave us the opportunity to do this research work. A big round of applause for ma'am, because she's the one, the guiding light, the motivation behind like whatever we do. It's just because of ma'am's inspiration. So like we got to know, yes, we have to do the research work. And the moment we got to know, we were all in. We said, yes, we are going to do it. And our respected principal ma'am, Abha ma'am also motivated us. And then all the teachers went for it. And we were provided 13, there were 13 pointers criterion, which we followed. And we actually designed our research work accordingly. So this is what, and we were given different topics. So we, like all of us, chose different topics. Yes, ma'am. So there were different, but we chose our topic accordingly, and then the research work began. So we started around October, first week of October, and we finished December end. So this was like 3 months period where we actually categorized everything, and then we work accordingly. And yes, we were supposed to give evidences also. So like the research work was thorough, and like we whatever we did with evidence. So this is what I have to say. Rest my galvanizers are going to share their experience with you. Over to you, galvanizers.
So that was Neetu Trim. And now, Huma, you're next to say a few words, and then we'll pass the mic to everyone else.
Good morning and Jai Jagat, everyone present here. Research itself a big word, isn't it? Lots of things are going on in our mind. When ma'am said ki we all have to work on this topic, we gather together to, in grow circle, we talk about this, how to gather all the data. So interviews, baseline tests, and the graphs and the result, everything which is what there in my mind, we all have to recollect these things. We have to revisit from the March what we all have done. We have penned down everything, and then we said, okay, we can work in this, like we can work on um, like graph based and project based learning. We have taken interviews from the parents, from the students, even we have observed the classes. One of my teacher went to class 1 and she has seen the graph, like she has seen the difference between class kindergarten and class 1. Similarly, nursery teacher went to class kg and she has observed the things. So these are the pointers we have keep in our mind just to check whether the learning is happening or not. My topic was learning environment in the class and the classroom practices, how learning is happening in the class basically. So we have collected the data and we have just combined and we have just written all the pointers which was given by ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Jai Jagat everyone. My name is Yusra Fatima and my topic was communication and collaboration. As Neeta ma'am already told, we started our research journey in the month of October. So as the topic suggests, it's communication and collaboration, especially in the perspective of classroom learning. And I collaborated with parents. I addressed the concern. I communicated my concern with the parents and with the students, and then it was communicated, and with their collaboration, I was able to complete my research. Thank you.
Good morning and Jai Jagat. I'm Priyansha Chandra and my topic was effective use of teaching aids. We are already using so many teaching aids in our daily classroom practices, and my only difficult point was to collect the evidence with managing so many children in the class and random pairing and everything. So that was a little bit challenge for me. But yes, with the help of my colleagues and uh, my coordinators, I was able to fulfill all the research work. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Jai Jagat. I'm Seema. My throat is almost out of so from Gomti Nagar 1, and my topic was nurturing and empathy. Though it was a very easy topic, what all the children used to do in the class, helping others at home, everything was covered in that particular topic. And in the beginning, really, I was so scared how I will be doing this because I was a bit confused. But with help of Neetu ma'am, our coordinators, our heads, I could do it. Thank you.
Jai Jagat, everyone. My name is Divya Gupta. My topic was social well-being. So I considered role plays and all very good book is there. To about 250 role plays are there. So we took that and then we discussed and then I did my research. Thank you.
Jai Jagat, everyone. My name is Kusuma Upadhyay, and my topic was communication and collaboration. So, first and foremost, I thought our parents would be the best uh, feedback givers so that they know best how their children are improving in communication skills. And secondly, I took the help of my colleagues, my Hindi teachers, EVS teachers, and art teachers, how the children have improved and how they are collaborating in class and helping in learning process. That's all.
Jai Jagat everyone, my name is Pratiksha Pandey. My research topic was also, as ma'am said, communication and collaboration skills among the learners. Having said that, research is a wide topic to cover upon. So, my take was to work with the learners with their pace. Whatever we were doing initially also was enhancing their communication skills, but given the research, we were given the opportunity to work more in a systematic way. So we did it through our research, and that's how we were able to do it. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Jai Jagat, everyone. My name is Naina Singh, and my research topic was communication and teamwork. And I targeted my class nursery for my research work. Initially, I was a bit nervous, but my mentors and everyone, they helped me a lot for everything. Basically, like the pointers were already provided by ma'am. Initially, also, we had some inputs regarding how to conduct the research and all. So it was like what kind of learning our learners are doing over there. It was we compared, like initially when they came to us, Then how slowly with ALfA pedagogy they grew more, collaborating each other. It was initially I, as an educator, felt it was an Herculean task to pair up my kids. But as they grew with ALfA pedagogy, the pairing, any sort of activity we were taking up for pairing activity, immediately they understood the activity and they start pairing up. Okay, at time came like we provided them with picture cards and something, and they themselves understood ki, okay, I have to go and find my the next pair and pair the picture as a whole. So that was really very good, and thank you Sunita ma'am for giving us this opportunity to work, and we could have a more close observation on our kids. Then different types of feedbacks were taken from parents during PTMs, during town hall, and even one-to-one, like parents approached us, the stakeholders, our senior teachers, everyone with time they said ki, yes, communication, collaboration, the learners, they grew like self-confident speakers. So it was really good. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello, good morning, and Jai Jagat. My name is Kritika Chaudhary, and I'm dealing with the Montos, the most tiniest and the most naughtiest. So, my topic was communication, 8 C's I have to cover. And I must tell you that the day I have received that I have to do the research work, I was very eager. And the day I received that, I started collected all my data and I have to put on that. So, it was a great opportunity. Thank you so much, Sunita ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good morning and Jai Jagat, everyone. First of all, as a class teacher, I just want to share that, as a class teacher, it was a pleasure for me, especially for those learners who are, growing day by day. And initially that we were a little scared that how we are going to train our, little learners. But now we can see that whatever we are going to give task to anyone, to our learners, they are doing so confidently. That was a biggest achievement for us. And my topic was collaboration and teamwork. So big thank you to Sunita ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. A big thank you. Thank you.
Good morning and Jai Jagat, everyone. This is Aarti Thadani from Gomti Nagar 1. Well, extending a warm gratitude, thank you to Sunita ma'am and dear Principal Abha ma'am for giving us this opportunity to research upon our very own kids in the class. Every day we go to the class and we think, what are we doing with the children? And we come to pen down the thoughts. We thought, oh my goodness, we are researching on these little learners and see the different kinds of thoughts that are coming to our mind. It was such a beautiful opportunity. Thank you so much, ma'am. My topic was on communication and collaboration, and it was a very, very great opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning and Jai Jagat. Myself, Manju Singh Chufal, and my research topic was communication and teamwork. After research, I came to know that everything, whatever we were doing in the class in so many years, we were just not doing the data, we were not collecting that. And because of ma'am, we are able to do that now. Thank you very much, ma'am. And this was my first award, and I am looking forward more, many more. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My topic was communication skills, and random pairing and dividing the class between Tina and Toto gave me ample of opportunities to learn. And yes, town hall also gave me a platform. And my special thanks to my coordinator ma'am and my colleagues, those who were always with me supporting, yes, you can do it. And that gave me the opportunity to come over here. Thank you, ma'am.
Jai Jagat, everyone. My name is Priyanka, and I'm from Gomti Nagar 1 campus. My topic was nurturing empathy, and I'm really grateful to ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. When I got to know that I have to do a research, I had never done it before, so it was a new thing to me. And the able guidance of ma'am, those pointers really helped me a lot, and my seniors in my branch helped me a lot to complete my research work. And I took up sessions in the town hall also. spoke to the parents about it, and just talking to the children and taking up sessions in the class itself helped me a lot. And my children really children really learned a lot about this. This was a new word for them. So my parents, children, all were very happy that I have taken up something new, and even I have learned something new by doing this research. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So now I would like to sum up. On behalf of all the teachers and on behalf of GN1, I would like to say, in terms of research work, ma'am, it is accelerating learning for all of us as teachers. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, one last quote. You should dream because in your dream, you see not what it is, but what it can be. So start dreaming.
Hello? Yes, okay, can be heard. I would say, wow, really wow. I mean, the topics you took up, by the way, teachers, galvanizers, you know, the topics they've taken up are not easy topics, like empathy. You know, where do you even begin to capture data on empathy? Because you must have data, otherwise your research is not complete. You have to have evidence. Is empathy growing? Is there, do I see evidence of greater empathy? How does it compare with something else that we were doing earlier? So it is qualitative, not just quantitative data that they're collecting, and parent testimonies. There's so many research ways to cut the research. They're going on the net, researching how to research. You all have done, have you not, action research training in your B.Ed courses? Yes or no? All of you've done research, I mean, studied about research, action research, over there on that side? You all have done? Okay, good. So now we are putting that same training you have received in your good colleges and B.Ed courses into your regular teaching. Teaching in our case is not teaching. Teaching is changed, like in the NEP, New Education Policy 2020. The emphasis has shifted from teaching to what? From teaching to learning. Okay, so it's reversal, and ALfA is doing that. You know, that's the whole idea of ALfA. You're not teaching anymore, you're demonstrating, you are empowering. The focus has shifted from teaching to learning, and that is a transition we need to see. And in the learning is growth for the children, is growth for you, and it's so awesome and powerful to see that a lot of these great people in the front here took up the challenge of taking up topics that are not easy, like communication, critical thinking, collaboration, empathy. I mean, I'm just awed, just totally awed. You not just took up challenge of doing research, but took up the most difficult topics of all. And these are the necessary things. Okay, so for all of you who are here in the participant group on the floor here, I think it'll be good to take a cue from these pioneers of research at City Montessori School. We are going to continue this process. You'll fine tune your research even more, write it up even better, and over the next 2 years, you'll continue with this research. Don't drop it, because this is the beginning. So continue with your research, and we want to write it up and put it up on our website, both of City Montessori School and of my group called Getty Global Education Training Institute, which we are creating as a global learning lab. So we want your research on there, right? So having that common format is really critical. So to what extent you feel it can still be better, and we always do things better in after thought. You know, we think, oh, I think I can do this a little better, that a little better. Please do so. Continue to collect your evidence. And at some point, I'll want, when you say, okay, I'm done, then I'll put it up on our websites. And I will also be sharing your interviews with you about your research, maybe sending the good Heather Bhaiya and some of the good people from the CMS, R.K. Singhji's department to you to interview you, your parents, your children, and make that research come alive for everybody else. So just like Smita ji and Shangri-La went to Maldives, your research will touch upon many countries, right? Do you see how it is going, ladies? Great galvanizers. Do you see how it's going to go, your research upwards from there? Research is very important because when you document things and we publish it also, hopefully, somewhere or the other, we'll look for opportunities to publish your research, right? Not just by us, but by outside us, like anybody else out there. This is all very critical, very, very important work you're doing. And if and when, this is a guarantee, if and when teachers become researchers, we will have a revolution in education, for sure. You become researchers, observers, like the lady who said, I'm working on empathy. Now she's going to be making a very different kind of classroom, keeping empathy in mind, right? Those who have talked about collaboration, communication, many of you did that, are going to be making a collaborative classroom. We're not talking about just learning ABCD, by the way. We're not just talking about being able to write well. Huh? We're talking about all these things. I'm going to say thank you very much. We'll clap for you all, and thank you for being there. And all of you fellows waiting for your researches next. And then anybody else who's compelled can start their research right away. Grow circles are going to be now an opportunity for you to start collecting your data. So we've floated the framework or guidelines for grow circles this year, or just a couple of days ago. And in that, one of the things that you'll be doing is making your PowerPoint presentations. You'll have a particular date, like for example, 4 galvanizers on a particular Saturday will be the first ones to present their research. Whatever research you're doing in your classes, data gathering you're doing, from your reflection registers, anything great you found. So in the 4, GROW format, that's grit. Help me understand, what is G? R? Research. R is? O is? Originality. And W is? Work. So evidence of your work, your originality, your research for the weeks that you have just completed, or before the presentation you've just done or completed till then, and you have your reflection registers, have it. And of course your grit and determination. For example, grit would mean something like, in the face of difficulty, what did you do? That's your grit. And your determination to make it happen, that's your grit. So your first slide would be something about grit and determination. What was your research topic? What were you trying to accomplish? What did you notice in your class? What was the need? What was the difficulty faced by 1 or 2 children or the entire class? That's your grit part. Then your research. What did you research? What did you do in terms of putting this whole thing together in your mind and finding solutions? How did you go about solving that problem? That's your research. Your originality is what you do in terms of making that thing even better, like your original idea that you're going to implement, right? And work you put into it. That's your last slide. Maybe 4 to 8 slides is all you need to make for each time your turn comes to present to your grow circle, right? Is that a good idea? How many agree? Okay, I think most of you agree. Okay, good. All of you agree. Yeah? I think you get a chance to present your research, and then you start collecting those slides. So by the time you present your research to a bigger audience, such as here, at this point, by this time, you are experts. You already have your research in your place. You don't have to struggle. You already are working towards that research. You can start making your slides even earlier. Just keep collecting things from your reflection registers, which are more elaborate, more detailed, to any kind of real overarching findings that you're finding. And it doesn't have to be one topic. It can be any topic, anything you're doing that you get to present. That's what you present. Next time you get a chance to present, you're presenting something new, not the same old thing. So keep doing that. And then in that, you will discover what's your passion, what you really want to research further. And that's what you'll research and present your findings with. But you'll have the practice of doing the GROW for every one of them, right? Okay, good. Once more, a big clap, please, to these amazing people who not just did their teaching and learning, if you like, but they also did the research. So well done. Thank you. Okay, so thank you so much. Now I'd like to announce, I don't know how it happened. Yesterday I said to you, one of the campuses called up my mother afterwards because CV gave the choice to the campuses if they want to do ALfA or not. So this campus somehow did not say immediately yes. And when the principal said to my mother, please allow me to do it, my mother said, too late. You should have said earlier, we're not going to allow you to do ALfA, right, this year. Because we're doing research. We need some people who are in control. So, meaning not doing ALfA. So those who were not allowed, one of them was Rajan Nagar Campus 1, a big campus. So today I got a call as I was driving to come here from Jayashree Krishnan ma'am, the principal of, the great principal of Rajan Nagar Campus 1. And she said, ma'am, please convince your mother I want to do ALfA. Right? So I called my mother and I convinced her, and my mother agreed that yes, we will allow her. And here we have the headmistress from the campus of RN1, Archana Gaur ma'am. And she's also been associated with City International Schools, so knows about ALfA for a lot longer. And I'm delighted that she's the headmistress of Rajanagar 1, and therefore will be able to carry this mission forward in a big way. Can we please have the RN1 teachers please stand up? RN1 teachers. Okay, can we please clap for them? These are the galvanizers. Um, and they need all the courage and the help that they can get. They requested, Jayashree Krishnan ma'am has requested that they be tied up to Chalk Campus. Chalk Campus teachers, galvanizers, you here? Can you please stand up as well and sort of say hello to them in the back there? They're standing there in the back. Okay. So you're going to mentor them. Each one of you will be attached to one of the teachers, or maybe two, from your grade level, the teachers from there, the bigger campus, and will help them, mentor them as galvanizers. So we are already beginning. Some of the campuses are going to help other campuses that are new. So we have now 7 new campuses that are joining ALfA this year. So you want to say a few words? Yeah. Archana Gaur, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is a rare opportunity, and we are blessed enough to have it started in our campus. And it's very true that it has been a deliberate efforts from our respected principal, ma'am, Mrs. Jayashree Krishnan, that we tried hard to, have ALfAs beginning this session. And thankfully, with the blessings of, with the support of our principal ma'am, we could have ma'am, mentoring us this year with ALfA. And, everybody is doing so great. When I see children of other campuses, I see them different. They are doing differently, something different. And somewhere we felt that not the children of Rajendra Karwan campus. And we have been planning for, adopting ALfA, but somehow in between something went wrong. But then finally everything is set right. And we are really motivated, inspired by all of you. And we also want to do researchers. We want to do researchers and become researchers and, become trainers and, move from local classrooms, our classrooms, to the global classrooms. But then this is all will happen only with the great support of our great mentor, Ma'am Sunita. Thank you so much, ma'am. Looking forward to great learning.
A very warm welcome to RN1 galvanizers becoming from teachers to galvanizers. Them there. Please welcome them, all of you, please, with a big clap. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Talk Campus, for taking up the mentorship for this particular campus. Um, okay, so can we stretch and can somebody put on some music and do any campus can come forward and do an energizer. I think it's time for energizer. You're getting some tea, which is a good thing. Acha, no, wait. Let's have your tea first. Have you received your tea yet, all of you? No, then let's galvanize ourselves first for a minute. One more time. Energize ourselves. Who can come and help do a energizer? Any campus. Talk campus, please come. This is your starting point of empowering Rajan Nagar 1 campus. And all of you even aren't one to energizers. But anyway, we'll begin with what they come up with. So you can stand up, stretch yourselves just for 5 minutes, while we get up and start to do an energizer. Oh, I didn't know there were so many galvanizers in chalk. Wow, almost equal. You can sit down if you wish. Okay, there.
Healthy music for a child's heart, body, and mind. A Ram Sam Sam from the CD Action Fun Dance by The Learning Station. Arms up high, reach for the sky. Let's sing and move along to the silly, silly Ram Sam song. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. If you wanna be a Ram Sam master, you've got to go a little faster. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. If you wanna be a Ram Sam master, you got to go a little faster. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. If you wanna be a Ram Sam master, you got to go a little faster. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. If you wanna be a Ram Sam master, you got to go a little faster. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. If you wanna be a Ram Sam master, you got to go a little faster. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. If you wanna be a Ram Sam master, you got to go a little faster. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Ram Sam Sam, oh, Ram Sam Sam, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Oh, Rami, gooly, 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 Ram Sam Sam. Arms up high, reach for the sky. You're a Ram Sam master. You're a Ram Sam master.
Awesome. Kya baat hai. We needed that energizer. Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You're the guiding light for another campus. Good, good, good. Alpha galvanizers. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, Aliganj one too. Wonderful. Well done. Wonderful. Wow. So Aliganj one also joined, three of them from there. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so some of the program that we're going to do is common to all of you, and some of it is specific to some of you. Saurabh sir, are you here? Please come. Sumita ma'am. Okay. What we discussed last night with the headmistresses and the principals is that what we need to do is break into smaller groups, and I agree with that, and discuss your specific needs, and also you can mentor the teachers from the 7 campuses while you sit with smaller teams. So there will be like a Montessori split up into two parts: nursery, KG 1 and 2, everyone into two parts. So there will be a division, which I think I want the innovation wing members to please come and share what the division is. Anuji and Savitaji, please come. Yeah, so we'll share with you how you're going to be split up. One of the things that we had agreed you'll do there, we're going to do it here instead because it's common to all of you. And that is the iProgress app. What is the app? What does it do? How do you get into it? I know most of you know it. We'll need help from some of you to come to the front and show what it is. So anybody who wants to volunteer can come to the front here as to what is the iProgress app, how do you use it. So we are here in support. We are here to help. As you should know, and I think most of you do, that Saurabh Kumar, sir, is the person who is the ed tech head on part of our Getty. Getty is Global Education Training Institute, which our team here represents. And Sumita Bhatt ma'am, I think you know her too because she anchors a lot of our events. And Sumita Bhatt was vice principal of City International School, Mana City. But I said to her, I need you in my office. So she's moved over and been with me for about a year. So she's heading training and some of the research work we do. So Saurabh sir is behind a lot of the development that we do with the iProgress app. And we have a team, we have an IT team. Manish Srivastav ji is the head of the IT team. And we also have some consultants and people we work with, companies we work with in Pune and in Lucknow. So they're helping us develop this iProgress app. I know it can be even more material on it, even more helpful to you, but where it is and the purposes that it's serving right now is still very, very powerful and very helpful. So can I have a couple of teacher volunteers, please, the galvanizers, who can come to the front? See, I keep saying teacher because we're so used to that old term. Working that term out of our minds is going to take time. So this will become the modus operandi. We'll call everybody who's in the process of empowering children's learning to be a galvanizer. So please come. Yes. Anybody else who wants to join her? One more person I need, 2 volunteers. Yeah, thank you very much. So please come on the stage, introduce yourselves, and we'll be going over the iProgress app. In your own groups, you'll be going over the literacy books that are on the iProgress app already, phase 1, phase 2, I think they're there. Phase 1, phase 2 books are there? Okay, and phase 3 also. So all the books are there. You'll in your classes go over these books and flip through them, and then maybe 1 or 2 lessons or modules from it, those you feel most compelled to share, you can share with your peers as to how you've implemented those modules. In particular, you look at the triggers and how they're helping you. So for the new campuses that are joining, the galvanizers do not have to make lesson plans, right? Is that a relief for some of you? Yeah? No lesson plans. Don't have to make them anymore. You will find a lot of peace. You'll find a lot of, well, I would say it's not quite right, because when I notice what the galvanizers are doing in their classes, they're very busy. But you will find time to write your reflection registers within the class itself. So here we tiptoe around the class and see what's going on. The children don't notice we are tiptoeing because it's on tiptoes literally. And you observe what's going on. You're not going to interfere or interrupt what the children are doing. Whatever you observe, you come back and write in your reflection register. Next time you get a chance, you act upon it, but not immediately, because children must be allowed to make mistakes. How do you like it if your headmistress or your middle level leader or your principal or anybody else comes to your classroom and immediately tries to correct you? How do you feel? Nobody likes it, right? So the children should be allowed to make their mistakes. Give them time. Don't expect results on day one. Let them make the mistake today. Let them sit with a new partner the next day and maybe sort it out. You get to know how much is going on in the classroom through your collective feedback. You can do collective feedback anytime you feel you want to know how have my children done on a particular module. You just do the collective feedback. And through that, you get to know, do I need to do anything about it? And we discussed yesterday, if it's just a handful of children that don't know something, you say, okay, find anybody in the class, go anywhere, and let the other children assist you in understanding that bit. So it is always passing the buck back to the children. It's not about solving it yourself. As galvanizers, we do not act like teachers like we did in the past. We allow children to figure things out for themselves and with each other. This is an incredibly important skill to teach children. How many of us hesitate, even as adults, to go ask somebody else for help? Do we hesitate? We say, oh, what will this person think of me if I ask them this dumb question? Do we feel that sometimes? Yeah. So this is a dumb question, oh, I'm feeling so hopeless, I'm feeling so not good enough, and I'm not going to ask anybody because they'll think I'm so dumb. But what if you allowed your children, little ones growing up in a new education paradigm, you allowed them to ask each other when they have a mistake? Isn't that a quality we want to develop without any hesitation? बेझिझक एक दूसरे से जाके पूछना, ए मुझे नहीं समझ में आया, तुम समझा सकते हो, can you please explain it to me? This is something we want to nurture. So you don't want to be experts, you are the ultimate experts, but you want to hide your expertise from the children. The best expert in as a galvanizer is the one who does not tell, one who asks. So how would you do it? What was your idea when you did this? Can you think of it differently? So let's talk about it tomorrow. A galvanizer would do that rather than tell the answer. तो हम लोग CIS में कहते हैं 3 बार सताओ फिर बताओ. क्या कहते हैं? CIS के टीचर्स हैं यहाँ पे? Galvanizers, yes, there they are. कितनी बार सताओ? 3 बार सताओ फिर बताओ. Satao mane, you get them to do it on their own. They have to find somebody in the class. They have to think about it tonight. They have to maybe research it as they get older. But don't tell is the real message here. Galvanizers don't tell. Galvanizers ask. Galvanizers, show them where they can go to look for that information, to each other, on the net, wherever. Ask your mom and dad tonight, come back tomorrow, let's see what they have said to you. Think about it tonight. Even just thinking about it tonight is a very big opportunity we give the children. The moment you tell them, it's over. What's the discovery? What's the struggle? We learn through struggle. We learn more permanently through struggle. Is that true or not true? Yeah? So struggle is something we want to give our children. I'm not saying they should struggle like for many days, but at least a couple of days. Don't tell them. Okay, so okay, go ahead, start. Yeah. Okay. Why did I come up with this, by the way? Was I noticing you telling each other? Okay, anyway, so the point is that we are galvanizers. Galvanizers do things differently. Galvanizers bring out rather than give. See, yesterday and day before, I could have done all the training. Could I have not? Could I have gone to Maldives myself to train the trainers? I did a training program in Malaysia. I happened to be there and people came to that possibility. But I would have gladly sent you instead. I would have rather sent you instead. So it is better that we ask and don't tell. It's better that we bring out rather than provide. And you see, all the training yesterday and day before was done by you all and not by the assumed experts. You are the experts and becoming a bigger and better expert. So over to Saurabh sir and the two great ladies. Can you please introduce yourself? Yeah.
Good morning and Jai Jagat. I'm Shivangi Avasthi, Galvanizer of Class 1 from Kanpur Road campus.
Wow.
Good morning,
good.
everyone. And I am Divyam, Galvanizer of Class 1 from Kanpur Road campus.
Okay, it doesn't mean that you're only going to talk about class 1. Okay. All
No,
right.
ma'am, it's for all.
It's for all. Okay, good. So, yes, can we have a Montessori galvanizer? Because Montessori teachers feel the least serviced. Anybody from Montessori and nursery? Just two teachers, Montessori nursery. 1 and 2 they can cover. Montessori nursery teachers can cover anything in the pre-primary section. 2 galvanizers, please, for Montessori nursery. Thank you. Please come fast. Thank you very much. Okay, good. Even KG is, of course, welcome. Can we pass on the mic, please? Yeah, introduce yourselves, please.
Yeah, myself is Samriddhi from Aliganj Campus 1.
Which class?
Montessori.
Montessori. That's great. Okay, good.
Jai Jagat everyone, myself Alisha from Rajajipuram Campus 1.
Excellent.
And I am a Montessori teacher.
Montessori teacher.
Jai
Okay.
Jagat, everyone. I am Aisha from Rajajipuram Campus 1, and I am a nursery teacher.
Nursery teacher. Okay,
Jai
great.
Jagat, everyone. My name is Sonia Rastogi from Rajajipuram Campus 1. I am kindergarten teacher.
Excellent. Rakhi ji, you're doing a good job. All your teachers are volunteering. Aliganj 1, thank you very much. And also they came earlier. And now it is from Kanpur Road campus. And any others? Rajapuram?
Rajajipuram 1.
Yes, awesome. Awesome. Great. Okay, so over to you. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to also have my tea. All of you got your tea? Okay, good. Good. Okay. No. अरे भाई जल्दी करिए आप लोग कौन लोग हैं आप लोग सी दे आर बिजी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग योर मैथ किट नॉट योर टी हाँ भाई चाय करवाइए कौन है नीलम कहाँ गई हमारी नीलम अखंड जी हाँ भैया चाय करवाओ जल्दी करवाओ सबको चाय चाहिए बहुत लेट हो गया 11 बज गया है 5-6 लोगों को और ले लो जल्दी करो प्लीज ऑल योर्स
Jai Jagat everyone. So in iProgress app, all the old campus having teacher credentials. I'll just showing you with the help of one dummy school, and you are able to see the teacher name over here and the login credential over here. So with the help of the teacher credential, you are able to open your dashboard. This is your dashboard. It look like that. And for the new campus, I will provide that their credential immediately once I'll coordinate with their coordinators and let their details. So this one is the dashboard of the teacher app. Here you are able to see the phase 3 books, phase 2 books, phase 1 books, also the Hindi ALfA book. And there are some writing books, ALfA writing books are there, role play series and story books, English composition book. And you can also able to see the student details over here. Fine. So I over to you, the teachers. You can explain one by one, and I'll let you know which slide, which part you want to showcase. Over to you.
Okay, so when we start with, I'll start with the Montessori books first. In the books part, we have 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Phase 1, we have already completed, which was supposed to be completed by 21st, so in the month of September. We did phase 1. Then after that, we started with phase 2, and and we'll be completing the phase 2 we were supposed to complete by the end of December, but as we are going as per the learners, so as per them we'll be completing by the like as and when the schools will reopen by second week of January. So after that we'll be starting with phase 3 books. So in phase 3, phase 1 was all about introduction to the letters and phase pictures as well. Phase 2 was all about the letters and their sounds, in which phase 2, the learners of Montessori learn about sentence framing, storytelling, and in phase 3, now we'll be having written part. So phase 3 is basically all about the written part. So this is what the Montessori syllabus is all about. Now moving further, we have the the report part where we, yeah, I want, yeah, book, English book, literacy for Montessori. Phase two. So this is literacy book for Montessori. Now, when we begin with, we have 6 tiers. In each tier, we have different modules. As you can see, tier 1 is having 10 modules, tier 2, module 1, 11 to 18. So we plan our lesson plans in such a manner that we cover up each and every module. But yes, we also go as per the children. How are they performing? What is their status? And how they're giving, like, we take the assessments also by the end of the month. So there we get to know what is their level. Now moving further. So as you can see, the letters are there. Letter along with the pictures, and with the help of Tina and Toto, we split our classroom in 2 different teams. And yes, you can see the sounds. First we do the demonstration, then we ask a child to come and do the same, and then moving further, we ask the students to come and perform in pairs. One student asks a question and the other one asks answers in full sentence. And further, we give the lead to the whole class, and in this manner, we are dividing 2 teams, one team for Tina and one team for Toto. And we have trained our, like in Montessori, what we have trained, the girls are known as Tinas and the boys are known as Totos. Now, moving further, we have the sentence framing, then writing part is also there. We have complete A to Z, letter A, and we are not using the letters, we'll be using the sounds only. As you can see the story is also there. For Tina, there's a beautiful queen. In this manner, we are asking our learners to come and participate. But yes, there's not. First, we are doing, and then they are asking. Then we are asking our students to do the same. This book was very useful, and in the beginning, like, we also thought that phase 1 was but difficult, but then we got deeper into the phase 1 book. Then phase 2 was very easy, and we must tell you that Montessori students are now speaking in full sentence. They are observing the pictures, they are telling the first sound by recognizing the pictures, and they are answering in complete sentences. And how we got to know, during our PTMs, we got, the students are asking the parents that they're speaking full sentence and they're asking questions, they're framing questions. So this is a change which we saw, and the parents are also giving positive feedback.
No nursery. Phase one nursery बता दो, मॉल बता दो. मॉल. So as ma'am has told you about the phase 2 book, so this is basically a basic one, phase 1 book for Montessori. So in this, so please turn the page. Likewise, in phase 2, we have tiers and the modules. There is no such gender that boy should be Tina and girl should be Toto. This whole row can be Tina and this whole row can be Toto. It can be a boy or it can be a girl. And here, as we can see, picture, then we have the sounds. Like first, I can say, what is this? This is a car. What is the first sound of car? K. What is this? This is an apple. What is the first sound of an apple? A. What is this? This is a top. What is the first sound of a top? T. What word do you get when you add the sound? K, A, T. Cat. This is how we are going to, we have done in phase 1. So can please turn the page? So everything is mentioned in all the trigger points. As you can see, the triggers are there. Student triggers, how we can question, how the student can answer. The parents are familiar with this topic. So please turn the page. We have the vowel sound, ka, ata, ba, aga, then A, then E sounds. E sounds is there, A, E, I, O, U. Then we have the exercise also. See, E sounds, yeah, as a, yes, wa, at a, wet. Then E, then I, A, E, I. E is done, then we will be having I sound words. This is the exercise. Sir, I sound words? Yes. We are preparing the worksheets also, and we take the assessment also likewise in the tier wise. Then I sound words, similar like this, O sound words, U sound words, then we have cha sound words in tier 5, right?
Okay, now I'm going to tell about kindergarten. First of all, we have to enter to the app. Enter iProgress app. First of all, what we have to do, we have to log in into the app. Yes, we have to enter. We are the teachers, then username, user ID. We get this username and user ID from the management or from the school. Then it takes us to the various books. Various books means phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. Three phases are there. We are done with phase 1 and phase 2. I'm going to tell you what is there in phase 1. In phase 1, in kindergarten, we are having 3-letter words. After 3-letter words, we are having small sentences to read. Then there are bigraphs and digraphs. Then there are role plays and community helpers also. Some sentences on that, so that the children get an idea what they are going to learn. Like in EVS, they have the English book is integrated with EVS as well, I must say. Then in these are the books, and in these books, in phase 1, many tiers are there. In 6 tiers are there. In one tier, many modules are there. In each and every module, triggers are given on the basis of which we have to take the classes, and on which basis we have to take the things in the activities in the classroom. This is the book. Sir, can you please move forward? These are the 3-letter words. So move forward. 3-letter words. Now joining of the words. 3-letter words. Next. 3-letter words. All the vowel sounds are covered in this A, E, I, and U. Then reading of the sentences. Small sentences are there. Reading sentences. Reading sentences. Then there is a picture composition. Short picture composition is there. Reading with comprehension is also there. Yes. Reading with comprehension, I, U, all the vowel sounds are there in phase 1. Then we are starting with, in this book, bigraphs are there. Sh sound, ch sound, th, k sound. Then magic words are also there. A, I, E, O, E, U, E. Along with these sound exercises are also given so that the child can also hands on this on these topics. Then double O sound words are also there. U sound word, long vowels and short vowel sounds. Then double consonants words are there. Then we are having a few lines on myself so that the child can able to read and speak on himself or herself. Rhyme time. Children can learn the rhyme and do the rhyming also with their peers. Then some good manners activities are also there. As I already told you, body parts, days of the week, Some role plays, short role plays are there. Show and tell activities are there to enhance the, so that the child can show their confidence in front of everyone. In the class, when they come up with their peer, they can be no less than with other. These are the role plays. Picture composition. They can read and they can make stories on their own. This is all about phase 1. Phase 2. Phase 2 book contains only role plays. On each and every letter, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Every letter has a story along with the questions. Also, it enhances the creativity of the students because they have to do the coloring also and they have to do the exercises as well. Phase 3, we have not started with phase 3, but when I have gone through the book, phase 3, it is there that whatsoever we have learned, they have to do the hands-on practice. They have to write, they have to learn. So what the parent demand is, it is covered here. Whatsoever the child learned in phase 1 and phase 2, it is covered. So this is all about kindergarten.
Amazing. Wow. You
So-
ladies done such a fantastic job. Okay, continue, please.
So I am a nursery teacher, so I'll explain the numeracy book of nursery. In phase 1, we had counting, tracing of numbers, addition, subtraction. And in phase 2, we had concepts. So it was so interesting to witness the learners go through these concepts, like see long, longer, longest. So the learners were able to compare, and we had taken all these triggers which are mentioned at the bottom of the book. And also, this book had their home assignments, which was very interesting because the learners were sharing videos with us so that it was easy for us to take the corrective measures as we can.
Can you keep the mic closer to you? We can't hear you very well. And can you please raise the volume back there? Volume बढ़वाइए सौरभ sir.
So we were able to get the strengths and the weaknesses of the learners as they were sharing the videos with us daily. And can we just flip the page? So we had handspans also. The students really enjoy these activities because they were measuring the lengths of their table, their school bags with the help of their handspans, as you can see. It was so interesting to witness the learners. And similarly, we had other concepts also. Footspan was also there. So we had taken them outdoors also for these activities, and it was so fun. Yes. See, small, smaller, smallest, big, bigger, biggest. So we were all through following these triggers only, and the students really enjoyed the activities. Thick, thin. The students were able to compare, and through hands-on, they were enjoying and learning at the same time. This was for missing articles. They were hiding the things, and their partner was telling which things are missing now on their tables. Patterns was also there.
How was this activity on the left?
They really enjoyed it, ma'am. They really enjoyed it. And they were doing their own gestures and they were playing with it. So it was fun. And overall, when we completed phase 2. So their vacations were about to end. So we had planned their homework also as per the triggers which were mentioned. So like in the morning only, I was sharing this incident with Sonia ma'am that yesterday one of my child, Dhruvi Singh's mother, shared a video with me in which she was playing the shopkeeper. We had money, the concept of money here, currency.
Which grade is this? Remind me.
Nursery.
Nursery. So,
So-
ladies, all the galvanizers, please listen carefully. I think some of you know it, but please try to listen as well because you get fresh perspectives. So, this child, what happened then?
So Dhruvi is the name of the child. And she was playing the role of the shopkeeper, and the parents were buying things from her. And she was enjoying a lot. She was saying, like, the parent was asking, insisting for discount, and she was not willing to give discounts. So it was really fun, and it was a treat to my eyes to witness that. Thank you so much.
Dear galvanizers, ALfA is a big vision. Do you know why?
Yes, because this vision is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, basic. Phase 2, insight. And phase 3 says, we are genius.
Yes, we are working on a big vision. Okay, so this is the iProgress app. We have dashboard. On this panel, we have all the books from starting from Montessori to class 2. And we have all the 3 phases books here. And now teachers panel.
After dashboard, you can see the next tab is of teachers panel. Now on this teachers panel, there are student details. We can upload student details. We can get all the student login IDs from here. We have to select the session, class and section. And you can get all the names of your students with their login IDs and password. This login ID and password is given to the parents by which they can access the student's version of the iProgress app.
Okay, coming to paper creation, we can create our own papers, and through Chat GPT, there is a option of Chat GPT also, in which we can get many options there to create the paper. We have to select the class and board, subject, and exam type. And difficulty level also we can select according to the phase and according to your class. Number of questions, sir.
Saurabh is topic or no topic you've written addition? Yeah. Word problems based on real life.
You can add more topics also if you wish.
Oh, but that should not be necessary. You can do one only. Acha, you can add more topics, what Saurabh is showing. And then submit. Hopefully this works. No?
Right now, there are something glitched because the technical team is working from the backside.
Oh,
so I'm not
okay.
able to showcase how really the paper will run, but it is working.
Okay,
we'll
so
move
the
to the next
technical
module.
team is simultaneously working on some back-end work. We've also, by the way, added Perplexity. It's not just ChatGPT, but Perplexity gives even more accurate questions. So now you will get, question banks. And as you prepare your papers, not just about questions, now you'll make your paper, you can edit the paper, you can edit the questions, you can add your own questions, you can add pictures to the questions, you can do anything you wish. You can change the mark value of the question. And once you've saved it, you give it a name. This is my paper 1, my paper 2 for this or that, right? And now it stacks up in your dashboard, your personal dashboard as your paper. So any time in the future, you don't have to make it again and again. So this becomes a question bank.
One more thing I would like to add on, that this app is not only about books, it has role plays, it has a composition, and one wonderful thing it has is Tara's Recycle World. Children love to hear about environment and they become more conscious about their environment.
Can you please show the Tara stories, magical world of Tara? So some of it is challenging language for little ones, but it's good to expose them to a richer language, a more difficult language. We don't call it difficult, but more challenging and interesting language.
Ma'am, when we go through these lessons, they come up with different questions, that what is a blue whale?
Ah.
Where does it live? And all these questions they come up with.
Awesome.
They learn about the real life knowledge, which can be enhanced by these books.
Wonderful. I'm so glad they're using it in grade 1 and grade 2.
Yes, ma'am, we are using
That's
it.
awesome. Really, really nice.
And along with this, on the dashboard, we also have a report tab from which we can get to know about the report of the students, about their evaluation when it is done. See,
So you can make your own papers. You can make them on this. You can make them yourself. Doesn't matter. But if you make them on the system, and or you upload the data, like in Excel or in with using the OMR sheet, whichever we want to give the program, the iProgress app, your data, you can get reports in the system itself. And reports are diagnostic. They are purposeful reports that the parents also appreciate.
Yes, and these reports are also available on the students' dashboard. Parents can access the report card and the diagnostic evaluation of the child. This is a sample report card. Yes.
The sample report card is of Manish Srivastava, IT head, testing it. So it's a random kind of fluke one. So when you go with your own ID and password, you'll get yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is Manish's. Okay, go ahead.
Ma'am, you can explain GROW, grow scale also.
Yeah, for this we are using grades, which are GROW. And these, for G, it stands for golden peak, which is above 80%. For R, it is rising sun, which stands between 60 to 79%. O is on the rise, 50 to 59%. And W is for waiting to blossom, 49 and below. But we do not treat our children on these grades. For us, all are marvelous, all are wonderful.
Also, I think I never saw a W in any report card so far.
No,
We
ma'am.
don't see
Not
W's,
even
we
us.
don't see even O's. We are mostly seeing G's,
G and
90% we are seeing G's, maybe 10% we are seeing R's. That means children are excelling really well in the system that you are using, and also your own efforts. Yeah, brilliant.
Ma'am, of course, with these books, we can access with this app, we can access the book anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah.
We don't need to carry those big books along with us.
All right, this is an interesting thing. Guys, are you listening? One of the advantages, what? Please say it again.
We don't need to carry the books, all 3 phases book with us. We can access it anywhere and everywhere. Best thing about this app.
Yeah, so all the books are there, ready reference.
And all the data is there.
And all the
Anything
data
you
is
want to know about your child, about question paper, anything, everything is there on this application.
We
This
can add more
application will
things.
not take space on your device. It is an online application.
Okay, and you can also upload homework. The parents can upload homework of their children, by the way, on the app. There's something we have not used much, but we could use if we need to. Upload the homework. Like in the summer vacation, some of the parents wanted to upload the children's work. At that time, we did not have that facility. So Saurabh ji and my team got going, and we prepared that facility. So now you have that. Homework can be uploaded.
Thank you, ma'am, for making things more smooth for
Ma'am,
us.
request you kindly explain for the holistic development ungraded part also.
Okay, so before you say anything, just want to say that, these are things that we were already doing, except we were assigning a grade to it. And it makes no sense to give a grade to something that you're not testing. Do you agree? What's the whole point of saying that, oh, on dignity of labor, my child is XYZ or ABC? So all the goals that we were trying to accomplish earlier, because they are not things we are measuring, it is better that we all continue to work towards it. So this allows the parents to look at the, so for example, character building. We can't test character building, creative expression, and so on. They'll explain in a minute. But the idea that parents should know these are measurable things. Not measurable, but these are goals, desirable goals, and we should all work to these goals, right? So they should also help us. So what they can do in the school and what they can do at home. So please, can you explain?
This holistic report help us to diagnose the child, like in which field we have to work upon. Like we all are working on all the aspects, but every child is different. So with which child we need to work upon which aspect. So these diagnostic reports are helpful in that. And along with these, there are character building, creative explanation, expressions, logical thinking, language and communication, and writing skills on which we all are working. This is how we upload the marks of the students. And all the subjects are there: English, Maths, Hindi, Computers, and EVS.
So English and mathematics data will automatically fetch from the system because we are doing with the
With that
OMR study
iProgress
sheet.
scanner
And the
app.
rest of the subjects, you need to just upload the maximum marks over here. Now also the attendance, child attendance, the parent attendance. So after that, we will create the complete report card. What next? So one more feature I just wanted to let you know, we can update the data online also, and if you wish, we can download the Excel sheet also for the entire class, and subject wise, and we can upload the data via Excel also. We just need to download the Excel sheet.
What is this, Saurabh? Can you please explain once more?
I think in this system, I think Microsoft Office is not there. That's why I'm unable to open that Excel sheet over here.
But you can, right?
But
Can you do it?
you can
Yes,
download the
It is
sheet.
uploading of marks through Excel sheet.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
for English and Maths, we are scanning the OMR sheets and it gets uploaded automatically. But for other subjects, we can upload the marks on an Excel sheet and just upload the sheet. So we don't have to enter it for every child.
And once all the marks, all the data is entered in the sheet, we can download it as an Excel sheet.
As well. So it's always there for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have given one feature for report cards enable and disable. So we have find the request from few branches. The footfall is less because the teacher has already seen the report card from their app. So you can able to disable before.
We can't hear you, Saurabh. Be closer to the mic.
Okay, so there is a feature for enable and disable report cards. Once you enable, every student can able to see the report card on their app. And if you disable it, so none of the student can able to see on their panel.
Actually, the reason for this is what? Can you think of what is the reason, teachers?
So reason is there
Galvanizers.
from one of the few of the campus we have received the request that footfall is less in the PTM because every parent had able to, already seen the report cards of the students. So that's why we have given these features. So you can disable till now. After the PTM, you can allow to open for everyone.
As we always had a date of a report card distribution, so in the same way, we can just disable it earlier and enable it for every student on a particular date when everything is done. Otherwise, if it is incomplete and the report cards are available on online students app, parents are observing it and going through it. So we can disable it in the earlier phase and enable it on a particular date.
Also, you have the teacher reports that you can use to discuss every child when the parent comes for the PTM. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay. Can you mention how that works? Like, where are the teacher reports?
It is under the report tab only. Class report
Class
for
reports for-
teachers.
Ma'am, this graph,
Because this one is the dummy school.
Like a
So-
paper
As it
is
is-
always divided
Huh.
into different topics, addition, fractions, and everything is there. So here we get the detailed description, diagnostic report after each and every question. If the child has got less marks, so in which question he has not done well, in which topic he has not done well. So everything can be accessed from this report.
This is
Where is
for
the-
us, Galvanizer. This report is for us.
Yeah, so you as galvanizers can see where the pressure points are for your class. But what about the report of the class teacher that you have in front of you when you're doing a PTM? Where is that report? Child-wise report, every child's data. So can you open that report, please?
So it is BOR report, broader objective.
No, not broader
teacher
objectives.
panels.
No, I'm thinking of
every
class
child.
report for the teacher. Go down to third one. Yeah, that
Class
one.
report for teachers.
Yeah, that's what we need to see.
He has opened that one.
No, not that one. Not the one that has topic wise. I want with the child wise. Saurabh?
He wants.
You're selecting your subject. You're selecting your the particular test paper that you want to see. Okay, but this is one child. Is this because it's your system, Saurabh?
Yeah.
That's why. So can you open some teachers? Do you have your password ID? Can you just go in there and open it for your class? Because we want to see all the children's reports. Yeah. Can somebody go there, do your own password ID? So you see the logo, by the way, everyone, can you see the logo? It says, I progress versus who? Me. So it's not competing with others. It's competing with yourself. So I want to see progress against myself, my own last performance and my own current performance. How have I done against myself? This is going to be an important report for you to know, because when you're sitting at a PTM, you want to be able to see the class report at a glance, and diagnostic report also for each child you can open up, so that with that parent you can have a very engaging conversation. What's going on? You selected English on the left. Okay, so the moment we get it, it's a very, very powerful report. You have all your children and their names and their averages, but you also have the breakup of their performance. When you click on one of the children's, you click on that particular child's name, though you have all of it at a glance. You can click on that child's name. When you're sitting with that parent, you can talk to the parent because you have the diagnostic report in front of you. So this is a particular teacher who's going into her account. Earlier it was Saurabh's or Manish's, and these are people who are helping develop it. Grade 3, you said. Okay, go ahead. Are you doing grade 3 in that campus? No, grade 1. Okay, sorry. Yeah, grade 1. Saurabh, can you ask Manish not to work on the back end right now?
Ma'am, the net is slow.
Ma'am,
I-
there is some
something is not
problem due
working.
to net. It's taking some time
technical
to fetch
glitch,
the
ma'am.
data.
Okay. But can you like imagine that you have a list of all your children in one column, child 1, child 2, child 3, like that. And on the in another column, you've got their averages for the different subjects. And when you click on any one of them, you get to see that particular child's diagnostic report. So to the extent, if you want any variation to that, you please let us know. You can write to Saurabh sir on the WhatsApp, and or you can write to me. All of you know my number. Just text me, okay? Because I want to be very hands-on about it and hear from you directly. Yeah. I watch your videos, by the way, most of them, and I comment on most of them. And it's always a positive comment, so don't worry. If I have a suggestion, I go to your personal chat and say, try this also. Okay, anything else you want to share on the iProgress app? We should really break now and go and look at individual classes, what's going on in the classes. Hindi, by the way, we can cover just now, very quickly. Though, have any of you done Hindi last year? No. Can Aliganj 2 campus, they've been leading the Hindi initiative. Can you please come as quickly as possible to the front and share how Hindi works from the book that we have loaded here for now, which is not grade-wise, but it is the essence of what we do in phase 1. So can somebody please from Aliganj 2 come forward? Okay, Shangri-La and Ritu. Very good. See, I know all these teachers because, these galvanizers, because we've been interacting so much. I'm so grateful for that interaction. Okay, Saurabh, can you please put up Hindi? Ritu, introduce yourself. You all know Shangri-La now.
Jai Jagat everyone, I am Ritu as the galvanizer of class 2A. I've been taken Hindi through ALfA. I think last to last year we were taking Hindi, and last year, that is this year, it was not with the ALfA, but the books were not of ALfA, but we are teaching through ALfA pedagogy only. That is paired learning. All the students are doing the activities through paired learning.
Okay,
So,
by the way, Dr. Kamran has said yes to Hindi. Kanpur Road campus. Dr. Kamran late last night said yes to Hindi. She has a change of heart. Oh, you're there. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, you're happy. Good. Awesome. Good to see that. All right. Good.
Before we start with Hindi, this is a student iProgress dashboard. And here the first tab is of reports where we can see the report card of the child. So can you click on the report? So you can open the report. So here we can see the BOR report of the child, report card. I think it is disabled.
So due to some internet issue, I think it's taking some time to fetch
Okay,
the
it's due to the
graphical
technical
data.
issue that we are not able to see it. This is the report card. I think, sir, it is disabled.
Okay, it's disabled. Okay, fine.
Because of phase 2, they have disabled it.
You can also see in the teacher panel, the individual report of entire class.
Okay, here's the individual report of entire class. You can see what percentage of marks they got, each child. And then you can press on the right side where it says report and get a detailed report of each child or a particular child. Like here it is. This is the student action plan. This is what the parents also get. They get to see their child's student action plan. And here you can see everything is green, all topics are green, till you get to diagraphs. And in diagraphs, this particular child is having a bit of struggle, not a lot, but a bit of struggle. And so you can see the question items against which the child has not done so well as he has done in the other 9. And it's always sorted from best to worst. So you don't see a mix. You see the best first, then the next, and then any oranges come the last.
So that's it about the iProgress app.
There's another child. Which campus?
Kanpur Road.
Kanpur campus.
Kanpur. Okay, so this particular child is struggling a little more. As you can see, has blues. Blues means in the middle. Orange is very, we've said very high guidelines, like 90% and above is green. And I think it is 60% and above is blue. And below 60% is orange. So if you go down, you'll see where the oranges are coming for the individual question. As you can see at the bottom here, this particular child is having trouble with, can you please explain, guys? You can do so much better job than I. The galvanizers, please explain.
Yes, ma'am. The child is well versed in the topics like digraph, first sounds, magic key, and the 3-letter words. But when coming to the later part, like in comprehension and passage reading, he is facing some issues, but he needs to work more upon the poem reading and the sentence framing comprehensions, along with the grammatical part like vowel, words, and pronouns.
So instead of saying you are getting 60% or 50%, you can say the child, you are so good in so many areas. You are have only some problem. With the help of the revision work, you can able to fix these in the green area. And few more topics are there. If you are able, you are done good in these topics, you can also able to convert these topics in the green area later on if you work on these. So we can force to child to work on this because the child psychology is कि अगर मुझे arithmetic आती है तो मैं arithmetic कर रहा हूँ, मुझे geometry नहीं आती है, we are away from the geometry. तो चाइल्ड साइकोलॉजी ये होती है कि जो उनको आता है वो बार बार करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जो नहीं आता है उससे थोड़ा सा भागते हैं. तो विद हेल्प ऑफ दिस रिपोर्ट वी कैन फोर्स देम कि जो नहीं आता है उस पर प्रैक्टिस करने की जरूरत है, उसको कन्वर्ट करने की जरूरत है इन द ग्रीन एरिया.
Yes, we need to encourage the child by showing that you are already excelling in these topics. You just need to focus on these few topics more so that you can achieve a better report and you can bloom.
Yes, these are the waiting to blossom. So now they can blossom.
Yes, ma'am.
Should we start with the Hindi now?
You see the class averages for the children is going from, can you please see what the topmost is? 100%. 100% down, 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 up to the last child is getting almost 50%, 46.7. So that's not bad at all, and most of the children are in the above 90% range.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to see the class report of this, not the one you showed, Saurabh, but the one with the, one they can use for the parent-teacher meetings. But anyway, right now I want to hand over to the Aliganj 2 talking about Hindi. Okay, thank you very much, all of you on the stage helping us. I mean, I'm amazed how clear you are in your concepts, how beautifully you explain everything. I'm sure the new campuses have benefited from this session. Yes or no? Okay, good. Thank you for guiding them. Well done.
So as we were saying, we started in the we took up Hindi and obviously literacy and numeracy by the end of November, and we completed it within 45 days. So these were the books given to us at that time. And again, it is from known
to unknown.
Unknown.
And the first page is easy to remember because it says bus par ab ghar tak chal. So as in English, we are doing few letters we are taking up. So in the same way, in Hindi also we took ba, sa, pa, ra, a, gha, ta, and ka. So it was like, so to remember what letters are there, कौन से अक्षर हैं इसमें, तो it is easy कि बस पर अब घर तक चल. You can remember that what letters are there. Or in the similar way we did Hindi also. It was पहले बिना मात्रा के शब्द, then आ की, ई की, and u.
And really, it worked as students of classes 1 and 2. It is quite difficult for them to understand the matras.
Yeah.
So matras they took up very well because there were modules. Each module had different matra. So they gained a lot of knowledge and they could comprehend as well as they could understand the use of different matras. Like they got confused with choti I ki matra and E ki matra. So that was very good for them.
In the same way, it is read that कि ये क्या है? ये एक बत्तख है. इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है?
ब.
ये क्या है?
सांप.
सपेरा.
सपेरा.
इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है?
स.
दोनों आवाज मिलाकर क्या बनेगा?
ब, स, बस.
ब, स, बस. So after reading this, below this page there are many words जो इन अक्षरों से बन सकता है. And it was good thing that later on when we were doing this, we gave the children few letters and they made their own words. So this was
So
very
it was
interesting
picture
activity.
to sound. So
Yeah.
they had the picture cards, they made themselves. They were very cute ones. And then they made their own words. Then from words to stories of their own.
And the best part was after reading this, they were even able to read the Hindi newspaper, which is a difficult task. I think when we are also reading, then we get stuck while reading Hindi.
We had
So-
few videos also, we shared it with ma'am also. And it was really commendable.
Yeah. So it was in the same way.
So if we compare from the traditional pedagogy, galvanizers, are you still with me? All of you? Okay, please pay attention because this is something you're going to do this year that you've not done in the past, most likely. And if you have done, that was 2 years ago, and that was only for 45 days. In fact, in Aliganj, it was just 39 days, if I remember. And before they started on Hindi, they did a pre-test. They have 3 sections. One section did ALfA and 2 section did not learn this way.
Yeah.
And they did a pre-test and the kids were crying, grade 1 children, grade 2 children. Some of them were like, oh my God, it's so difficult. They were sitting on the computer and it's very visual, the computer assessment. They had to select the right choices and all that, but they were really not able to do much at all. The average mark was very low. It was 42% in grade 1. Right? I remember this data because I really love data. Okay. So what was the average at the beginning of grade 1 for all 3 sections? 42%. Okay. How much was it?
42.
Okay. I want you to know that this was the percentage. Now, they taught for 39 days using this pedagogy, this idea, and 39 days later, when they did the post test of all the sections, the ALfA section children who struggled for 45 minutes to answer the paper 39 days prior, at this time, what the principal called me and said to me, Samvida ma'am, in 10 or 12 minutes, they finished the paper. Number one observation.
9 minutes was the first child who completed the paper.
In 9 minutes, the first child completed. Most of the children finished the paper in
10 to 11.
10 to 11 minutes. That which they struggled with 39 days prior for 45 minutes and still had trouble doing because they only got an average of between the 3 sections of 42%. So what was the percentage after the fact?
It increased by 29 point.
I think around 70.
Yeah.
It was 70%.
Yeah.
70.2%.
Yeah.
It increased by 29 point.
29 percentage points went up in 39 days to 70%. Right? And they finished the paper in 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 9 minutes.
Most of them.
Most of them.
Most of
Right?
them.
So that was quite a remarkable. And that was our very first year. Right? Since then, we have refined a little bit more. Our confidence has gone up a little more.
It was
We
the
are not
first year
doing in
for
the
us
middle of a
also, ma'am.
session. We never had a book at that time. Now you've got the books.
Yeah.
So
That
there are a
time
lot of conveniences today that were not there at that time. So now they can all get 100%, right?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But that dramatic change, and the other sections, the B and C sections, did not get that higher mark. Now I forget how much mark they got, but it was something like 50%, 52%, something like that. So there was a huge difference between the sections that did ALfA versus sections that did not do ALfA. And the test was very difficult, by the way. It was not a grade 1 level test. It was more like a grade 3 test given to grade 1 children. Because we always give tests that are much more difficult. And the reason for doing so is that there are certain children who can rise up. And if we don't give them that opportunity, we see a lot of good marks, but the test paper is really easy. So you want to make the test paper very difficult. And that's what we say when you're doing your tier end tests. Don't make the paper easy. Make it the most difficult questions for that tier. Even if you ask 3 questions, and that's all the questions you ask, at the end of a tier, make those 3 questions the most difficult questions you can think of, right? So if you're teaching numbers 1 to 10, make them for 9 and 10. Don't make them for 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. Make them as difficult as you can, because that's when you get to know, have my children mastered what they need to master? It's not about feeling good. It's about perfecting. It's about reflecting and perfecting your class. So here in Hindi, what is different? Can anybody articulate? I have a mic here. You can come to the front and articulate. I'll ask the experts in the front here. But what is different? Normally, what do we do when we are teaching Hindi? कहाँ से शुरू करते हैं अपनी कहानी?
आ से ज्ञान.
का खा गा से आ से आ से
स्वर and व्यंजन.
स्वर and व्यंजन से. पहले स्वर सिखाते हैं, फिर
व्यंजन.
व्यंजन. उसमें कितना समय लगता है हमें? किंडरगार्टन से शुरू करते हैं आजकल और 10 तक सिखाते रह जाते हैं. राइट, सुनीता कह रही है ना पीछे से.
अनु मैम.
अनु
मैम.
अनु कह रही हैं, राइट. सो द थिंग इज कि वो तरीका एक है जो हम परातन से सिखाते आ रहे हैं. हम लोगों ने भी उसी तरह सीखा, आ ई का खा गा गा. यहाँ पे आ ई का खा गा सिखाया ही नहीं जा रहा है.
Ma'am, learning letters is difficult, I think. अक्षर और फिर मात्राएं.
अच्छा, क्यों डिफिकल्ट है? क्यों डिफिकल्ट है? क्योंकि
वो rote learning.
रोट लर्निंग है.
They're learning, they're forgetting what comes out of what. And then here they are seeing the
Deriving.
pictures.
Yes.
And they're colorful. It's easier for them to comprehend and then learn. I mean, learn in the sense they...
Anu, you want to come to the front? Please come to the
Earlier it was like we used to teach swar and vyanjan. They were learning only letters and letters.
I want to give a testimony on this Hindi learning and teaching. Rajni, one of my colleagues, her husband is a Bengali. So the girl has the Bengali genes more in her. So she is very, very poor in Hindi. When she came to class 1 and 2, she couldn't tackle Hindi. She couldn't read Hindi, couldn't write Hindi. What she did was, she asked me, ma'am used to give us a kit, each one teach one. We used to all take it home. My girl also, when she was in CMS, she used to teach the health support staff children. She took that kit and started teaching her Hindi. The worksheets which were there were certain sheets. And according to the way the plan was, like whatever ma'am had planned out, and believe me or not, Kanpur wrote, Ridhima picked up Hindi with that. Isn't it? That's a life testimony we have. Because I could relate to her, my younger one, she did her primary years program in IB. There they don't teach Hindi. So when she reached class 6, it was a new language for her. I did the same thing with her, ma'am. So I could help her in telling her कि वो करके देखो, maybe you also get some hang of it. And when we are talking about Kaka Gaga, I learned my Kaka Gaga in class 10. Why? Because we had to do the Kavarg, Chavarg, Tavarg, those classes we had to do in our grammar, Hindi grammar. In ICSE, that time we had those Hindi grammar topics. Then my mom sat down, and my mom was a Hindi teacher. And then I learned the sequence. I had no sequence of the Vyanjan. Swars I knew, but Vyanjans, because swars were just sounds. So I think this is a very doable way of tackling with a language. Actually, we are teaching them a skill, a language to read and write. Thank you, ma'am.
So I had a parent of Kanpur Road once more, grade 6 child, and the gentleman is a BJP leader. He called me up. मैंने सुना है आपकी हिंदी बड़ी अच्छी है. मेरी हिंदी नहीं अच्छी है लेकिन हाँ वो नहीं, वो किताबें आपने जो बनाई हैं, मैंने कहा वो तो गरीब बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए हैं. कहते नहीं नहीं, मुझे एक कॉपी भेजिए, अभी भेजिए, तुरंत भेजिए. भाई बीजेपी के लीडर हैं, भेजना पड़ा. रात में ड्राइवर के साथ मैंने उनके घर पे भेजा. फिर उन्होंने किसी एक लेडी को अटैच किया उस बुक के साथ. अपनी क्लास 6 की लड़की को उन्होंने हिंदी इससे पढ़ाई क्योंकि उसकी मात्राओं में बहुत प्रॉब्लम आती थी. Right? And then she became good at it. Now she's, I think, in her 10th or something like that right now in Kanpur Road only. So the point is कि ये क्यों बैठ जाता है दिमाग में, and I'd love to have the testimony of the two up there, क्योंकि इसके अंदर हम लोग कुछ सिखा नहीं रहे हैं, हम उन्हें केवल एम्पावर कर रहे हैं कि वो खुद सीख लें. डू यू सी द डिफरेंस? एक मैं आपको पढ़ा रही हूँ आई, इन्होंने बोला रोट लर्निंग है ना, तो रोट लर्निंग माने कि हमें आई पढ़ाया, काका गागा पढ़ाया, उसमें आपको 6 महीने 1 साल 2 साल लग गए, 1 साल भी लग जाता है. और उसके बाद भी हम देखते हैं कि कई बच्चे, अगर आप रैंडम सारे लेटर्स को एक स्टैक में रख लें और किसी एक को पुल करके पूछे ये क्या है, तो बच्चा पहले क्रम में जाएगा फिर वहां तक पहुंचेगा. Right? Because they don't have understanding. How can they have understanding of something so abstract as letters? So how do we make it different so it's cognitive? खुद ही दिमाग से निकल के आए. तो उसमें सबसे प्रथम चीज जो है वो है चित्र. चित्र हमें याद हो जाता है, चाहे वो बंगाली बैकग्राउंड का हो, चाहे वो हिंदी मदर टंग हो उसकी, तभी वो चित्र तो उसके दिमाग में बैठ जाता है. अब हम लोगों ने कुछ चित्र चुने, जैसे कि बत्तख चुना, सपेरा चुना. पहला वर्ड जो बना वो बत्तख और सपेरे से बना. तो इंस्टेड ऑफ टीचिंग देम कि भाई ये बत्तख है, बच्चे को खुद ही पता है ये बत्तख है. अगर बच्चों को नहीं पता, बता सकते हैं. लाइक कभी कभी हम लोग काम करते हैं स्लम्स में, तो बच्चों ने कभी अनार नहीं देखा होता है. हाउ सैड इट इज, अनार नहीं देखा होता, तो उनको बताते हैं बेटा ये अनार है, ये बत्तख है, बत्तख तक नहीं देखी होती है. तो उन लोगों को बताना पड़ता है कि क्या क्या है. तो वो चित्र गेम्स के थ्रू जो आपके पास है अल्फा बुक्स में, यू हैव गॉट दिस मैचिंग गेम, पिक्चर एंड साउंड मैचिंग गेम. यू कैन डू दैट विद द चिल्ड्रन फर्स्ट, है ना, इफ दे डोंट नो द pictures. We don't want to do all the letters all at once. There's too many letters. Even in English, we just take 5, 6. In Hindi, we take 10 on a page. So only 10 चित्र उनको इंट्रोड्यूस करने हैं. उनकी आवाजें क्या है, पहली आवाज बच्चों से निकलवाते हैं और फिर चित्र और आवाजों को जोड़ना. आवाज माने आवाज का सिंबल. अब आवाज का सिंबल जैसे आप देखेंगे मॉन्टेसरी में हम ड्रॉर्स रखते हैं बच्चों की, उस पर एक चित्र बना देते हैं. मुझे पता है वो चित्र मेरा है, तो आई गो टू माई ड्रॉर. इट्स वेरी साइंटिफिक. तो बच्चों को चित्र याद रहता है, बोथ चित्र ऑफ बत्तख एंड द सिंबल ऑफ द साउंड ब. इट्स नॉट द लेटर ब. हम लोग लेटर्स की बात ही नहीं करते, ना इंग्लिश में ना हिंदी में. तो उसको वो चित्र याद हो जाता है कि ये ब साउंड है, उसको ये नहीं बताना ये लेटर है. तो वो बत्तख देखता है और बत्तख से ब साउंड का सिंबल से एसोसिएट करता है. Right? What was really fascinating, and I still find it fascinating, that वो जम जाता है दिमाग में. अच्छा, अभी हमारा एक डिस्कशन चल रहा था स्टेशन रोड की एक बहुत अच्छी टीचर से जो मॉन्टेसरी पढ़ाती हैं, नर्सरी पढ़ाती हैं स्टेशन रोड में. तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई ये क्यों पहले करते हैं हम लोग, why not give them phase 2 first? So you can have the discussion in your focus group. Montessori teacher, are you here? Anyway, she came to me with Dipali ji 2 days ago and we had this discussion. तो क्यों करते हैं ऐसा? तो ये आप लोग एक दूसरे को समझा सकते हैं। लेकिन वो व्हाट वाज इंटरेस्टिंग एंड फैसिनेटिंग फॉर मी टू सी दैट बच्चों के अंदर वो जो चित्र है बा का, वो दिमाग में बैठ जाता है एक चित्र के सहारे। अगर हम बहुत सारे चित्र देते तो शायद नहीं बैठता। एक चित्र एक सिंबल, एक चित्र एक सिंबल। दो चित्र एक साथ रख दिए और दोनों के उसने पहले सिंबल निकाल लिया, पहली आवाज निकाल ली। तो पहला जो पार्टनर है, कहाँ गए ऋतु जी और शंग्रीला जी? तो पहला पार्टनर जो है वो पूछता है यह क्या है, तो दूसरा बताता है यह बत्तख है। क्या है? फिर पहला पूछता है दूसरे से इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है? या क्या पूछता है? इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है? तो दूसरा बताता है बत्तख बा। बा उससे गिर रहा है, कोई उसको सीखना नहीं है ना सिखाना है, बा उससे निकल के आ रहा है। बत्तख में बा सबसे पहली ध्वनि, पहली आवाज आ रही है, तो बत्तख बा। फिर वो पूछता है ये दूसरा चित्र क्या है, और दूसरा चित्र है सपेरे का। तो पहला वाला बताता है ये सपेरा, सॉरी दूसरा वाला बताता है यह सपेरा है। फिर पहला बच्चा पूछता है इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है, तो दूसरा बताता है इसकी पहली आवाज स है। और आखिरी क्वेश्चन जो वैसे सिखाते हैं, जैसे अंग्रेजी में भी सिखाते हैं, अब नया शब्द क्या बना, नया शब्द क्या बना? ठीक है, बत्तख बा, सपेरा सा, बा सा, बस। दिस इज अ फॉर्मूला, प्रथम फॉर्मूला, फर्स्ट फॉर्मूला। इसके सहारे से बच्चे सारे वर्ड्स जो लिखे हैं प्रथम पाठ में वो खुद डिराइव कर लेता है। कभी कभी हम मिस्टेक ये करते हैं कि हम टीचर सारी चीजों का डेमो कर देते हैं। नहीं, आपको केवल उसको राह दिखानी है कि कैसे खुद बच्चे जोड़ों में एक पूछे दूसरा जवाब दे, और फिर नेक्स्ट वर्ड के लिए दूसरा पूछे और पहला जवाब दे। ठीक है, तो बारी बारी करना बहुत जरूरी है। इंग्लिश में भी, हिंदी में भी, गणित में भी बारी बारी करना है। ये नहीं कि एक पूछता जा रहा है दूसरा जवाब देता जा रहा है। यू कैन ऑल्सो, बच्चे छोटे होते हैं, यू कैन डू वन क्वेश्चन वन आस्क, द सेकंड क्वेश्चन द सेकंड आस्क। यू कैन ऑल्सो डू दिस, टीना टोटो, राइट? बट दे मस्ट नो टू टेक टर्न्स। एंड ये जो फॉर्मूला है बत्तख बा, सपेरा सा, बा सा जुड़ के बना, सो इसे जोड़ के बना क्या? जोड़ के बना बस। इतना सब वो सीख जाए, प्रश्न क्या पूछना है, जवाब क्या देना है, जोड़ना क्या है, तो वो खुद सारी हिंदी सीख लेंगे। ठीक है, इस किताब में जो कि गवर्नमेंट की किताब है, इसमें मात्र 5 पृष्ठों में सारी वर्णमाला है। कभी आपने कोई किताब देखी इसमें 5 पृष्ठों में वर्णमाला सिखा दी जाए? कभी सोचा होगा? नहीं। इसके साथ साथ व्हाट इज रियली फैसिनेटिंग, इवन मोर फैसिनेटिंग, इसकी इन 5 पेजेस में करीब 230 वर्ड्स हैं जो बच्चे पढ़ते हैं। 2 लेटर 3 लेटर वर्ड्स, 200 प्लस डिपेंडिंग ऑन द लैंग्वेज। वीव गॉट इट इन 15 भाषाओं, भारत की 15 भाषाओं में है। तो 200 प्लस वर्ड्स बच्चे पढ़ते हैं उन 5 पृष्ठों में। क्या ये कभी सोचा होगा हम लोगों ने कि पहले 5 दिन में बच्चे 200 शब्द पढ़ लेंगे? और ये 5 दिन का खेल है केवल। अगर हम इसे स्ट्रेच आउट ना करें, हम क्या करते हैं उसी चीज को महीनों में बांट देते हैं। Even in, I'm guilty of doing that in your Sky High books, ALfA books for English. So we spread it out on several pages. But actually, in reality, we don't need to do that. We can do this version. You're free to do which version you wish. और किंडरगार्टन के बच्चों ने इसको 1 महीने के अंदर, 1.5 महीने के अंदर सिटी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में, जहां मैम बत्रा आई थी देखने, उन्होंने अखबार पढ़ना शुरू कर दिया था। केजी के बच्चों ने, 5 साल के बच्चों ने, दोनों भाषाओं में। एंड क्यों? क्योंकि उस समय हम यही किताब देते थे। दिस इज द पोटेंट मिक्स, पोटेंट मिक्स। और जो आपके पास है वो डाइल्यूटेड है थोड़ा सा, डाइल्यूटेड वर्जन। तो ये पोटेंट पे आप जाएंगे, ये बहुत पावरफुल डोज है। और इसमें वो फॉर्मूले के थ्रू बच्चे नॉट जस्ट कि पहला पेज कर लेते हैं, 5 प्रश्न कर लेते हैं खुद ही। आपको दोबारा डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन करने की जरूरत नहीं है। एंड प्लीज डोंट बी टेम्प्टेड। वही प्रोसेस ही तो यूज करना। एक फॉर्मूला आपने सिखा दिया, बस वो पक्का होना चाहिए। बच्चों को पता होना चाहिए क्या पूछना है, क्या जवाब देना है और कैसे जोड़ना है। दैट्स ऑल। वो फॉर्मूला आ गया तो पूरा उनको हिंदी, कोई भी शब्द आप उनके सामने रख लेंगे वो पढ़ लेंगे बिना मात्रा वाले। एनी वर्ड यू गिव देम दे विल बी एबल टू रीड। और घर जाके टीना टोटो जब करते हैं और अब होगा हीरा एंड मोती, तो हीरा मोती वो पेयर लर्निंग उनकी घर पे भी चलेगी, माता पिता से और नाना नानी दादा दादी से मिलके वो लोग बहुत जल्द ही सीख जाएंगे। आप उन्हें रोके नहीं। मेरे ख्याल से मैं आपको हिंदी की बुक्स तो दे रही हूँ, लेकिन अलग अलग क्लास के अलग अलग, लेकिन आपसे विनती है कि आप इससे पढ़ा लीजिए, आप देखिएगा बहुत जल्दी सीखेंगे, है ना। या अपने पेजेस फटाफट कर दीजिए, पेरेंट्स भी हैरान होंगे कि 5 पेजेस कर लिए एक दिन के अंदर या 3 पेजेस कर लिए एक दिन के अंदर। तो आप लोगों को फेथ होगा, जब विश्वास होगा तो आप ज़्यादा प्रगति करेंगे। अगर आपके अंदर थोड़ी भी कमी है विश्वास की, अरे मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे कैसे सीखेंगे हिंदी, मात्राएं कितनी मुश्किल होती हैं, तो आप फिर टाइम लेंगे। अब मात्राओं पे ये पहला फॉर्मूला हो गया, यहाँ 5 प्रश्न खत्म हो रहे हैं, जहाँ पे पिंक शीट खत्म हो रही है, दैट इज योर मॉड्यूल टियर 1 इक्विवेलेंट। देन आपका शुरू होता है, बहुत सारे पैसेजेस हैं, ये 1 मिनट रुकिए प्लीज, पीछे जाइए जरा, एक पेज, हाँ बस यहीं पे रुकिए, ना सॉरी आगे, अब रुकिए यहाँ पर। तो ये छोटे छोटे पंक्तियां हैं जो बिना मात्रा शब्द से बनी पोएम्स हैं, जो बच्चे पढ़ लेते हैं। और जो राइट में आपको दिख रहा है 3 पैसेजेस दिख रहे हैं, every one of those passages has all the 48 letters that they learn in those 5 pages. 10 prati page, approximately 50, but 48 are the exact ones. 3 that we have not included are aham, and 2 of the nonsensical words we don't use anymore. They more define the accent on the, the dot that we put. So, ye covers every single thing that we need in Hindi. In each of these 3 passages, there is every single swar and vyanjan we need to use, 48 of them. So why is that important? Because if a child has not mastered, for example, va, or getting confused between ba and va, here you get to know, it's like diagnosis of your own, and you can, or they can help each other and come up to the level that nothing here is wrong. Here we also begin, one thing more that we begin here is fluency. फटाफट पढ़ने की आदत। तो अब पढ़ना तो आ गया, लेकिन क्या हम रफ्तार से पढ़ रहे हैं? Are we reading with fluency? So here we start timing. 1 मिनट में पहला पैसेज पढ़ना है 48 लेटर्स वाला, राइट? 1 मिनट में दूसरा पढ़ना है, 1 मिनट में तीसरा पढ़ना है, जबकि तीसरा थोड़ा ज्यादा लंबा है। उसके बाद वो दे स्टार्ट ऑन अ रोल कि अच्छा मुझे जल्दी जल्दी पढ़ना है, तो देन दे स्टार्ट रीडिंग फास्टर. दिस टेक्स देम, some children I have sat with them, slum children in Jawahar Nagar, and I sat with them 8-year-olds. Of course, they were not 6-year-olds. It depends on the age also a little bit. But they could read this book from beginning till end, having not known anything much at all. They could learn to read in 2 days, the whole book. Please trust me on this. You can try it. It's amazing. They learn to read in 2 days. We are giving you a whole year. We're giving you, books for the whole year, but please don't take them. No, we are giving you one phase. Sorry, phase 1. Phase 2, you're going to have reap the benefits of that reading and focus on other things like fluency. So that was Formula 1. You get to page 8 pages, you're done with Formula 1. एक बार आपने सिखाया, बच्चे 8 पेजेस खुद कर लेंगे, ठीक है? ओके, माने कुछ भी पढ़ सकते हैं. सेकंड फॉर्मूला अब हम सिखाएंगे और उससे वो सारी मात्राएं खुद सीख लेंगे. कैन यू बिलीव दिस? एनीबडी फाइंड्स इट डिफिकल्ट टू बिलीव? हाउ? You've seen that happening, right? And I have seen that happening, and I'm like fascinated. Every single time I'm fascinated. Okay, so what happens here? Oh, mummy's here. Okay, can we please welcome Dr. Bharti Gandhi? Our founder director cannot stay away from you all. You see? How awesome. She's 91, guys.
कहाँ गई मैडम? सारी हेड मिस्ट्रेसेस मेरे पास आके बैठा करें, खबरदार जो इधर दर्द की. थैंक यू. जय जगत. यहाँ बैठी है शायद. अच्छा, थैंक यू. ये शाह आ गई है आपका स्वागत करने के लिए.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so yeah, so पहला फॉर्मूला तो आप लोग समझ गए, राइट? पहला फॉर्मूला है क्या है? बत्तख, बा, सपेरा, सा जोड़ के बना पहला फॉर्मूला। अब सेकंड फॉर्मूला क्या है? इसमें 8 पेज बच्चे खुद कर लेंगे, आपको बार बार डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन नहीं करना है, बार बार फ्रंट पे नहीं आना है। यहीं पर आपका टाइम बच रहा है कि अपने रिफ्लेक्शन रजिस्टर्स लिखिए, इन क्लासरूम करेक्शंस करिए, जिससे आपका करेक्शन वर्क घर ना ले जाना पड़े ढेर सारा। कभी कभी ले जाना पड़ता है, लेकिन वो जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी अल्फा में, अगर आप अपने क्लासेस को अल्फा तरीके से चलाएंगे। ये भी एक अच्छी बात है आप लोगों के लिए, इजंट इट, कि घर स्टैक्स ऑफ वर्क नहीं ले जाना पड़ेगा। बट फायदा तब मिलेगा जब आपके बच्चे ये चीजें जल्दी जल्दी करें, तीव्र गति से करें। तो अब आता है फॉर्मूला नंबर 2। फॉर्मूला नंबर 2 है, केवल 2 फॉर्मूला। फिजिक्स में फॉर्मूले होते हैं कि नहीं? गणित में फॉर्मूले होते हैं कि नहीं? तो ये अब हिंदी का रीडिंग का फॉर्मूला है। तो इसमें ज्ञात से अज्ञात की ओर जाते हैं। ज्ञात क्या था बस में? ज्ञात था पिक्चर, ज्ञात। Picture is known, right? Or very quickly known. Picture sticks in the mind. Even the picture of the sound sticks in the mind. That's why they can read so many words afterwards. On the same page, they can read words that don't have pictures from the same sounds, same sound symbols. तो ज्ञात से अज्ञात पूरी किताब में ये एक कांस्टेंट है कि चीजें ज्ञात से अज्ञात होनी चाहिए। तो फॉर्मूला टू भी ज्ञात से अज्ञात है। अब जैसे कि आप ये प्रश्न देख रहे हैं, तो इसमें आप बच्चे को पता है ग, राइट? कैसे पता है ग? पहले कर चुका है, गमला ग, राइट? उसको आ पता है, एज इन आम, आ, राइट? वी डोंट से आम एज इन बड़ा आ। व्हाई डू वी से बड़ा आ? वी नेवर नीड टू से ब से बत्तख। Okay, that's out. We don't even need to say battak se ba, because se should not be put in the middle. Again, it becomes rote learning, right? No, not battak se ba. It is battak ba, right? So वो derive हो रहा है, उससे निकल के आ रहा है। अब हमें आ भी पता है, ग भी पता है, आ भी पता है, और य भी पता है, यज्ञ य, right? So I know the 3 already. These are known. ज्ञात है हमें। अब अज्ञात क्या है? अज्ञात है कि आ जो हम कह रहे हैं वो एक डंडा बन जाता है। दैट्स द ओनली अज्ञात। तो उसको हमने कलर कोड कर दिया और पहली बार समझा दिया बच्चों को कि भाई जो लाल में है या किसी भी कलर में है, ब्लू में है इसमें, तो वो जो है आ जो है वो एक डंडा बन जाता है, राइट? So they can see the transition of A to danda, and so ga a ya becomes guy. That's all. Second formula. अब वो खुद सारा पेज कर सकते हैं। तो सारे पेज में क्या क्या है देखिए, ग आया, थोड़ा बड़ा करिए प्लीज, ये गाय ग आया, हाँ पास में लाइए, वेरी गुड। तो पहला है ग आया बिकम्स गाय, एंड गाय का चित्र भी दे दिया है, और कुछ वर्ड्स 6 वर्ड्स हैं उसी पेज पर, जिसमें कि ज आ ल बिकम्स जाल, न आ ल बिकम्स। सो बच्चे खुद कर पाएंगे, यस और नो? दैट्स द की थिंग कि बच्चे खुद कर पाए। आपने बता दिया तो क्या फायदा? कोई फायदा नहीं, फिर वो रोट लर्निंग हो गई। आपको नहीं बताना, आपने कहना आप लोग पता है ना क्या करना है। अब आप जाके पेज पे खुद काम करिए। केवल एक इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए आप कह सकते हैं, रोल मॉडल कर सकते हैं टीचर चाइल्ड डेमो में, चाइल्ड डेमो में, कि क्या करना है उसमें। ग आया बिकम्स गाय, एंड देन यू लीव इट अप टू देम, right? So they can do ja al jal. Discovery is so critical कि बच्चे खुद डिस्कवर करें। हमने बता दिया तो क्या फायदा उसका? ओके, ये कर लेंगे सारा। अच्छा, बाय द वे वी हैड वे घास लिखा है घ आस, वहां पर हमने लिखा था गधा, गध आ, गधा, एंड वी गॉट रिजेक्टेड इन राजस्थान because of gadha. So we said, let's change it. So we took ghas from that side and put tara there on the right side. Ta-a-ra-a, tara, right? So anyway, the reason is somebody thought that was an offensive word. I don't know why gadha is an offensive word. It's such a useful animal. And but anyway, it got rejected, so we changed it. उसके बाद ये 12 खरी टाइप है, जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं। ये बच्चे खुद कर सकते हैं कि आपको करवाना पड़ेगा, आपको सिखाना पड़ेगा? सेकंड पार्ट क्या हो रहा है इसमें? झाला, जाला, छाला, काला। कैन दे डू इट ऑन देयर ओन? की थिंग इज आपको ये ऑब्जर्व करना है कि आप अपनी वॉइस को प्रिजर्व करिए, अपनी वॉइस ज्यादा मत यूज करिए, बच्चों को खुद डिस्कवर करने दीजिए, राइट? ये कर लेंगे खुद। अब इसके नीचे क्या आता है प्लीज दिखाइए, थोड़ा नीचे जाइए, बड़ा करिए सौरभ जी, नीचे थोड़ा सा और, हाँ नीचे के लास्ट टू पार्ट्स दिखा दीजिए, बड़ा करिए। तो अब बच्चे क्या ये पढ़ सकते हैं जो इसमें है? पीछे दिख रहा है आप लोगों को? ओके, क्या क्या लिखा है वहां पे? तो इसको कैसे करेंगे? सीमा यू कम हियर फॉर अ मिनट। इसको कैसे पढ़ेंगे? क्या पहले तो बच्चे पढ़ पाएंगे इसे खुद ही बगैर आपके सिखाए? क्यों? नोन टू अननोन है, उनको सब कुछ पता है, केवल आ मात्रा इज द न्यू थिंग हियर। दिस इज द साइंटिफिक वे ऑफ पुटिंग इट। इसको इतना साइंटिफिकली बनाया गया है फॉर्मूले के थ्रू कि कोई भी चीज अननोन है ही नहीं, कुछ चीज अज्ञात नहीं है, सब ज्ञात है। अब आ की मात्रा भी, जिसे हम कहते हैं आ की मात्रा आ, दैट इज ऑल्सो ज्ञात। अब उन्हें समझ में आ गया, जहां पर भी डंडा आएगा वो बोलेंगे आ। ओके, सो अब हम लोग पढ़ के सुनाएंगे कैसे हम लोग क्लास में करते हैं। तो आई विल स्टार्ट विद छाया। छाया, यू से
like गाया गाया.
वेरी गुड, वेल डन। खाया,
Very good. Well done. And kaya kaya.
kaya kaya, oh well done, thank you, good. Okay, so like that we will take turns. Now it comes to reading the passage at the bottom, pure full text, and this can be on day 5 or day 6 of your class if you decide to do so. अगर आप डिसाइड करें मेरे बच्चे कर सकते हैं, एक विश्वास बच्चों में कि वो कर सकते हैं, उनका लॉजिकल माइंड ही तो चाहिए ना हमें, और तो कुछ नहीं चाहिए, केवल लॉजिक यूज हो रही फ्रॉम बिगनिंग टू एंड, नोन टू अननोन. And they may go slower at the beginning, but some children go very fast even at the beginning. So on the 5th or 6th day or 7th day, you're doing this complete passage reading. Is that not amazing? I find it amazing, even today. Okay, so I will read a sentence and then my partner will read a sentence. So last time I took the turn, so now it's your turn.
Ram thal la.
Well done. Khana kha.
Well done. Mata papa chacha saath dhaba ja.
Very good, well done. Gyan daan kar. ठीक बोला? Thank you. Okay, so that's how we will take turns. Okay, and we'll reach the end. Now we will do the other way around now. She spoke the first sentence. Now she will do the second sentence. So I will say Ram thal la.
Very good. Khana kha.
Excellent, well done. So like that, okay? So we'll reverse roles, and so we read the whole passage twice, at least twice. They can read more than that. At home, they can read it again, right? Now they have their books, they can read it again. Last year, we never gave any books. Last to last year, we never gave any books. They did not have any books at home. Okay, and at the bottom of it is, can you please, make it bigger, much bigger. These are called sanket ya phir triggers. In English, we call them triggers. Okay, so ma'am, पढ़ के सुनाइए क्या है सीमा जी?
बच्चे बेतरतीब जोड़ियों में बारी बारी से शब्दों को पढ़ें. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जाल, तारा, गाजर आदि. फिर बारी बारी से घेरे में दिए गए अक्षरों को बाहरी अक्षरों के साथ मिलाकर बने शब्दों को पढ़ें. बारी बारी से नीचे दिए गए वाक्यों को पढ़ें, फिर अदल बदल कर दोबारा पढ़ें. इन पंक्तियों द्वारा शिक्षार्थी को आ से परिचित करें. बड़े जो जोर से चोट लगी, मुख से निकला आ आ. बड़े जोर से चोट लगी, मुख से निकला आ आ आ आ आ।
चोट लगती है तो हम क्या करते हैं? दर्द हो गया. Okay, so that's another way to get the children to understand the matra. Okay, and those are there with every one of the matras. So let's go to E. So can you see what's going on with E and E? Right, same thing. Can the children extend that learning, what we call cognitive transfer? Can we see cognitive transfer from A to E and E, right? We can see the cognitive transfer. Okay, and so do we need to teach after you know the formula 2, when you know second formula, or your children know the second formula, and you've demonstrated that like Seema ji and I have done just now in front of you, do they need to learn every single matra from you? Yes or no? How many say no? Raise your hands. So some of you say, yes, you have to teach it again. Oh dear. Not some, most of you. How many say, no, we don't need to teach it again? Again, I'm giving you an option. You don't have to teach the E and U and all the rest of the matras. You feel you need to do it. Okay, fine. So what I sort of, okay, understand that. So you want to demonstrate maybe one or two more. But because that, bottom thing, can you go to the EE and show the bottom of that? What is written on the right side at the bottom? Saurabh, right side bottom. Here, can you make it bigger? Can you do just this much rather than teach them the process again? Maybe one or two times, but then drop it, right? So here it says, मम्मी ने तब उसे डराया, इश इश करके उसे भगाया. क्या था? चूहा. क्या किया मम्मी ने? उससे कहा इश इश करके उसे भगाया. ठीक है? So they understand E. Is that good enough? So minimize what you have to teach again. Maybe you do want to little bit support them at the beginning, but once they figured out the process, they figured out the sound, and you don't need to provide their sound, by the way, because if you go to the beginning of the lesson, the very first part, pa, do they know pa from previous lessons? Do they know E from previous lessons? Right? Imli wali E, right? We say, so Imli E. They know Imli E, yes or no? And then we have got na. Do they know na from previous lesson? From the Bina Matra wale Shabd? Okay. So they know, technically, they know pa, I, na. All three, correct? Do you really need to teach it? Pa, I, na becomes, and pin is put as a picture there as well, as a support to understand that sound. How many of you got a little bit converted to the idea you may not have to teach everything? Raise your hands if you do. Not everything. Okay, not everything. Some of the things. No, that's because we've been teaching the old way. If you teach the new way, you were not taking ALfA before, right? So I think, we need to have a bit more faith in the children, little more, right? Why don't you try it out without telling them first? Rather than assume they won't know, my poor babies, how will they know? Do the other way around. Say they will know. They can figure it out on their own. Then you go around the class, as we say, tiptoe around the class, and you can then tell how it has gone. You can then see whether you have to represent the lesson. You're always there. Yeah, you galvanizers are always there for the children. But trust the children more, right? That they can. They can apply that cognitive logic, cognitive mind, and transfer over to the E and the E. Can we go to the next page? Okay, what is here? Pa, ra, E. What does it become? Pa, ra, E. And they see a pari next to it. So, and even if you don't look at the first word, you can look some of the other words which children might know. So by the time they finish the picture-led understanding of matra, that particular matra, they can do it on their own, can't they? What I want to understand from you, do you have faith that your children can do this on their own? How many of you have faith your children can do this on your own, on their own? Abhi bhi aadha class, no faith. Acha, more hands are going up. Okay, you have more of you, most of you have faith now. Okay, and I think once you've done it, वो कौन सा है साबुन या क्या है ऋण है कि पहले इस्तेमाल करें फिर विश्वास करें ठीक है कोई नहीं पहले इस्तेमाल कर लीजिए एंड उसके बाद विश्वास कर लीजिए ठीक है नेक्स्ट so Mummy, my mother says, go through every lesson with you all so that you know what you have to do. So the next one is, क्या है ये भैया बड़ा करूं कैसे देखेंगे पीछे राइट में हाँ ये तो क्या लिखा है प उ ल क्या बना पुल वेरी गुड और नीचे आ गया सा उ ई बिकम्स सुई पढ़िए जरा सारे आप लोग Come to the last one. क्या बात है? You are all geniuses. All my children are geniuses. Okay, next one. Yeah, so can you do this together with your partner? Take turns. Just turn to anybody and take turns. Turn to your partner. Take turns. Aha, I see the high fives. Very good. High five, everyone. Good. Excellent. Well done. Okay, नीचे जाइए इसके. Please नीचे जाइए. अब ये पढ़िए एक दूसरे के साथ ये पढ़िए. Every sentence. एक दूसरे के साथ बारी बारी से. Okay, I need 2 volunteers to the front here. Any 2 from the innovation ring, come. Any 2 people. Come. Okay. अब इसको आप एक्ट आउट करके दिखाइए हमें. Please come. Come. See, I didn't tell you what you have to do, otherwise you'd not come. Okay. पहले तो आखिरी लाइन भी आप करोगे ना. पहले आप क्या करना है? उठ दिखाइए कैसे उठ दिखाते हैं. उठ. मुरली की धुन सुन. अरे वाह इधर करिए ये लोग देखें आपको. मुरली की धुन सुन. फिर क्या करना है? सब लोग करिए. फिर क्या करना है? और कहाँ जाना है? ओके फिर क्या करना है? और क्या करना है? ओके फिर क्या करना है? फिर कहाँ जाना है? फिर क्या करना है? एक सुनाएगा तभी तो आप सुनेंगे. एक गाइए दूसरा सुने. गाना गाइए.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star. उठे सबके कदम देखो रम पम पम अजी ऐसे गीत गाया करो कभी खुशी कभी गम तररम पम पम हंसो और हंसाया करो.
वाओ 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 तो अब गाना भी सुन लिया, अब क्या करना है? खुश दिखाना है। आप लोग खुश हैं? क्या बात है। फिर क्या करना है? रो के दिखाइए। और दूसरा आप उनको उनको रोना बंद करिए ना, इनका मत रो उल्टा भी करना है ना, तभी तो पता लगेगा सीधा क्या है। फिर क्या करना है? और फिर क्या करना है? किसी ने डुग डुग देखा है? क्या बात है, कल डुग डुग लाके दिखाएंगे हम क्लास में, ठीक है? फिर क्या करना है? अरे ये बेस्ट पार्ट है well done so this is also what we call reading comprehension. सी आप देखेंगे अंग्रेजी में भी, इंग्लिश में भी बहुत सारे एक्शंस जोड़े हुए हैं इंग्लिश रीडिंग के साथ साथ. यस और नो? In the Sky High books, ALfA books, there is a lot of action with every word, every sentence they read, isn't there? We have to bring it alive for the children, because through action those words sink in better, isn't it? We're teaching a foreign language and it should become natural for them. And that's one reason why the children are doing better in spoken English, because they're doing actions. Similarly with Hindi, right? They'll have so much fun. When they go home, what will they do? They will do the actions, they'll read more, there'll be a lot more reading practice. They'll do it first with Dada, then they'll go and do it with Nani, then they do it with, Bhai, Behen, Masa, Masi, anybody. They'll find anybody and do it again and again. What is that called? Practice. When you practice, you become perfect. Okay? So this pedagogy is all embedded. यहाँ पर है उफ उफ कर मम्मी आई, उफ कितनी गर्मी है भाई. ठीक है? गर्मी, गर्मी, right? कितनी गर्मी है? Right. So they can learn the sound through these small little two line पंक्तियां. पहले 4 लाइन की थी, फिर मैंने उनको 2 लाइन का करा है अभी हाल में. Okay. There are also sometimes QR codes to some other resources, but maybe also a reminder that you galvanizers can find resources on the net that reinforce that learning, right? You can have energizers in Hindi. And now as my mother has given you permission, and rather she's asking you that Hindi should be taught in which language? Hindi. अब इसके लिए clap कर दीजिए मम्मी के लिए. क्योंकि मम्मी ने परमिशन कल परसों आपको दी है कि आप हिंदी में पढ़ा सकते हैं. हिंदी के कैरेक्टर्स क्या क्या हैं टीना टोटो की जगह? हीरा और मोती. ओके, तो जब वो मम्मी से बात करेंगे हिंदी में तो हीरा मोती के साथ करेंगे, और मम्मी हीरा बन जाएंगी या मोती बन जाएंगे, वो हीरा बन जाएंगे. देयर इज नो जेंडर. समबडी ब्यूटीफुली रिमाइंडेड, टीना टोटो डोंट हैव अ जेंडर इन द सेंस दैट दे आर आइदर और. Right? So I can act as Tina, I can act as Toto. That's okay. So mommy's Tina and I'm Toto, even if I'm the girl in the house, right? And similarly, Hira Moti, there's no value to girl or boy. Anyone can be Hira, anyone can be Moti. Okay, continue on. Just very quickly, we'll flip through this book because this you're not going to do it in your groups. Next. ऊपर ले जाइए प्लीज अगले वाले के लिए. कैसा लगा अभी तक? कैसो लागो? क्या लागो? चोको लागो. चोको लागो. चोको मीन्स व्हाट? चोखा. क्या बात है. देखिए हम भी हिंदी सीख रहे हैं आप लोगों से. ठीक है, तो मम्मी एंड पापा यूज्ड टू से निको लागो. सो आई से कैसो लागो? कैसो लागो? अरे भाई जोर से बोलिए. कैसो लागो? पीछे वाले नहीं सुनाई दे रहे हैं. फिर से बोलिए कैसो लागो? Okay, I believe you now. All right. So then, pa. Do we have to say chota u? No, we mustn't say chota u. Pa, la. Pa, u. Acha, it's bada u, and we're not going to say bada u. So we're going to say pa, u, la. Fool. And then they can do the rest themselves. Go to the bottom of this. Again, bari bari se sab karna hai. By the time they've read the 6 words, they've understood what the oo is. You don't need to say bada oo. Niche jaiye, please. Bottom of it. Okay, lots of lines they're reading. How much Hindi are they reading? Right? From day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8, they're doing all this. And un ka sweater pehne kaun? Bandar. ऊंट पर देखो बैठा बंदर. Un and oot both are reflecting the sound. ठीक है मम्मी. All right. Okay, so yeah, just let's go through the whole thing, like the top parts of all of them. Now you know the whole formula. Second formula. First formula was ba sa bus, and the second formula is ga aya becomes गाय. बस इतना ही पढ़ाना है, बाकी बच्चे खुद अखबार पढ़ने लायक बन जाएंगे. ठीक है, अब थोड़ा सा आगे जाते हैं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज ऊपर जाइए. किसी ने कभी सोचा था फॉर्मूले के थ्रू पढ़ सकते हैं हिंदी? आ ई सिखाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी? कभी किसी ने सोचा था? अगर सोचा था बताइए. मम्मी की तरह हम आपको 1 लाख का इनाम देंगे. चलिए आगे बढ़िए. तो ये हो गया आपका या सो ए आई ओ. नेक्स्ट आओ ang. Now we bring aha. For the first time, we've done ang in the other one. Angur ang. Now we have brought aham for the first time here. And then all the ref and padena covered here. Very briefly, we're going to give more elaborate in your books. But for the government sector, this is enough for them to read a newspaper. So like balla, right? Adam. They can read all of these words. Ref and padena both covered here. Next. Now they can read anything at all. So how many pages? First 8 pages, and then 13 pages of matras and ref and paden. 13 plus 5 is how many? In 18 pages, you're teaching how to read a newspaper. Have you ever heard of that? Again, so this is all wow, 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 and your kids are even more wow. Please go to the right, here. So here you have like these small, small passages, and now we are doing more comprehension. You've already done comprehension all along. From the time the children made their first word, bus. Do they understand bus? So it is reading for understanding. It's reading for comprehension from the beginning. But by the time they come here, like there's their panktiya on different things, we can obviously increase these. You have lots of books, story books you can bring at this time. Let them read loads of story books at this time. They're ready to explode. And they can read words like rishi, बैठा है, ध्यान लगाए. लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हम क्या सिखा रहे हैं उन्हें? उनको हम सिखा रहे हैं how to make questions. They can make questions for each other. You can do that even earlier. They can make questions for each other, even from the beginning, where the 2 wonderful resource persons did the acting in front of you. That time they are starting to understand, and they can make questions for each other. कि बाद में end में क्या किया उन्होंने? End में क्या किया इन दोनों ने? क्या कर रहे थे ये लोग end में? ठुमक ठुमक चल रहे थे. प्रश्न हुआ कि नहीं? इस तरह के बहुत सारे प्रश्न बच्चे एक दूसरे के लिए पहले भी बना सकते हैं, और यहाँ आके थोड़ा और भी बनाते हैं पंक्तियों पर. फिर एक थोड़ा सा स्वच्छता के ऊपर दिया है कि स्वच्छता क्यों जरूरी है, और स्वच्छता के बारे में दिया है. फिर जो रोड साइंस होते हैं उनके बारे में थोड़ा सा दिया है नीचे. और फिर आगे जाइए. नेक्स्ट. यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने नैतिक मूल्य दिए हैं, अलग अलग धर्मों के नैतिक मूल्य. सद्भावना सिखाना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि नैतिक मूल्य सभी धर्मों के एक होते हैं, ये सिखाना ज़रूरी है. ये हमारे सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल का एक बहुत बड़ा उद्देश्य भी है. नेक्स्ट चाहिए. अब आ गए अखबार. एक अखबार का कोई न्यूज़ दे दिया, अब तो बच्चे चालू हो गए अखबार पे. उनको कोई नहीं रोक पाएगा अखबार पढ़ने से. तो कल संविता मैम बता रही थी कि एक पेरेंट ने उन्हें बताया कि उनकी बिटिया ने कहा, वो रोज़ कहती थी मैं ये खरीदना वो खरीदना, टॉफ़ी दे दीजिए वो दे दीजिए. उसने कहा कि मुझे अखबार खरीद के दीजिए. Right? Can you see that happening in your classes? कि बच्चे अखबार पढ़ना चाहेंगे, तो यहाँ पे भी शुरू कर दिया उन्हें. These are all triggers. It's not कि हम आपको 10 अखबार दे रहे हैं. एक स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट दे दिया, एक थॉट प्रोसेस दे दिया. फिर आपकी क्रिएटिविटी पे है कैसे आप करेंगे, अखबारों को कैसे इंटीग्रेट करेंगे. फिर राष्ट्रगान. छोटे छोटे बच्चे राष्ट्रगान पढ़ लेते हैं. कक्षा 5 साल के बच्चे, क्योंकि आप 5 पे शुरू कर रहे हैं. 5 साल के ही बच्चे आपके खुद अखबार पढ़ते रहेंगे। पेरेंट्स तो बिल्कुल वाव हो जाएंगे। तो मम्मी जैसे एडमिशन्स की बात करती हैं, इस बार डबल एडमिशन्स हुए हैं CMS में, और नियरली 90% केवल प्री प्राइमरी और 1 and 2 में हुए हैं। कैन यू बिलीव इट? So it's because of ALfA making it to the homes, not because of ALfA alone, because of you guys making it so real, and even at the town halls making it so real and so beautiful that the parents are loving it. You know, घर जाके जब बच्चा ये सब करेगा ठुमक ठुमक, तो पेरेंट्स बहुत इम्प्रेस होंगे। ओके, नेक्स्ट। इसमें भी मीनिंग निकलवाना और मीनिंग एक दूसरे के लिए प्रश्न बनाना चलता रहेगा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। वी आर गेटिंग टू द एंड, दिस इज मोर लेस द एंड। इसके बाद दिखाइए क्या है। आई थिंक इसके बाद आखिरी पेज है, दिखाइए भैया। अच्छा, यहाँ पे अब शुरू हो जाता है राइटिंग। अच्छा, हम लोग देखिए उसमें भी राइटिंग नहीं मिक्स करते हैं। ये बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है फॉर न्यू कैंपसेस दैट आर जॉइनिंग ALfA एंड द वंस हु आर ऑलरेडी इन ALfA। प्लीज पेरेंट्स के प्रेशर के अंदर मत आइए आप लोग। बच्चों से लिखाना नहीं है, छोटे बच्चों से स्पेशली। आप अगर देखेंगे कितना गड़बड़ लिख रहे हैं बच्चे, इवन इन नवंबर दे आर राइटिंग वेरी बैडली। व्हाई? Because we've never taught them formation of letters. We've rushed them into writing. So we had one child of one of the campuses, 2 children came to my office to invite me for something with the teacher. And so it was really sweet because these kids were so awesome. And they were so confident and everything. And one of them said to me, and that was a kindergarten child, she said, "Ma'am, मैं कुछ लिख के दिखाऊं?" मैंने कहा, हाँ दिखाई। कैन यू इमेजिन दैट? बच्चा टेलिंग मी, मैम मैं कुछ लिख के दिखाऊं? मैंने कहा लिखिए। अच्छा, मम्मी का नंबर लिख दे? हमने कहा लिखो। मम्मी का नंबर भी उसे याद था। ऑफ कोर्स दे मस्ट नो। In our maths book, we do make sure that they know the numbers of their family members and parents especially. So she wrote the number and she wrote some words on a sheet of paper I gave her. Everything was excellent except her handwriting was atrocious, was terrible. She could not write the same number twice in the same way. So are we doing something right or are we doing something wrong? हम लोग सही कर रहे हैं ये सब? बच्चों को फोर्स कर रहे हैं जल्दी जल्दी लिखने के लिए क्योंकि पेरेंट्स कहते हैं। भाई आप उन पेरेंट्स से कहिए कि अभी तो हम नहीं करेंगे, हमारी पद्धति नहीं अलाउ करती है। हम क्या करें, हमारा मैनेजमेंट नहीं अलाउ करता। आपके पास एक्सक्यूजेस हैं कि नहीं है? तो आप क्यों डक डाउन कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आप भी शायद बिलीव करते हैं कि हमें बच्चों को लिखवाना चाहिए बिगिनिंग से। आपको अपनी बिलीफ को चेंज करना है थोड़ा सा, है ना? अगर आप विश्वास करते हैं, ये आई एम श्योर मेजॉरिटी ऑफ यू डोंट बिलीव दैट, बट इफ यू गेट प्रेशराइज्ड बाय अ पेरेंट और पेरेंट्स एट अ PTM or anything, just tell them sorry, it is not part of ALfA, right? Convince them like ma'am Batra did when 5 or 6 parents said इसमें तो बिल्कुल लिखित नहीं हो रहा है, उनके पास कंप्लेंट लेके गए। तो आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट प्रथम साल में, पहले ही साल में। और मैम के पास उस समय कुछ सेक्शंस थे जो ALfA कर रहे थे, कुछ सेक्शंस ALfA नहीं कर रहे थे। तो मैम इजीली कह सकती थी कि आप अपने बच्चे को इधर ले जाइए, कह सकती थी कि नहीं? पर उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा। उन्होंने क्या किया? उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, आप थोड़ा सा इंतजार करिए, आप खुद ही देखेंगे ये वर्क करेगा। और वो पेरेंट्स रुके रहे उन सेक्शंस में जहाँ ALfA चल रहा था, और बाद में उन्होंने उसको अप्रिशिएट भी किया। तो परिवर्तन आएगा। अभी एक और प्रिंसिपल मैम ने कल मेरे को कहा यहाँ पे स्टेज पे, मैंने उनसे पूछा परसों इनफैक्ट, जो पहला पैनल था प्रिंसिपल्स का, तो उसमें ये है गॉल्फ सिटी कैंपस का। तो मैंने कहा मैम अभी तो आप कह रहे हैं कि राइटिंग बड़ा अच्छा है, मैंने क्रिएटिव राइटिंग बच्चों की देखी, इनकी किताबें कितनी प्यारी प्यारी बनी है, क्लास 2 इतना क्रिएटिवली लिख रहा है, खूब प्रेस किया उन्होंने पैनल में। तो मैं वहाँ बैठी थी, मैंने कहा बट मैम मैंने सुना है कि, मैं तो नहीं गई थी लेकिन मैंने सुना है कि जब आपकी पेरेंट ये एनुअल फंक्शन हुआ तो आपने पेरेंट्स से कहा कि ALfA में राइटिंग कम है। कहा था कि नहीं कहा था उन्होंने? मैंने कहा, उनसे पूछा आपने कहा कि नहीं कहा? तो कहती हैं हाँ कहा था। फिर बाद में उन्होंने मुझे समझाया कि रीजन उन्होंने क्यों कहा, स्टेज पे नहीं बोला कि पेरेंट्स को क्यों बोला, क्योंकि एक पेरेंट उनके पास आया. You see, there's a lot of force, pull and push going on in education. Everybody has an idea. एक parent आया उनके स्कूल में, एक क्लास में सीधे जाके बच्चे को उठाया और लेके चली गई. और जाते जाते कहा, मैं इसको जयपुरिया में एडमिट कर रही हूँ क्योंकि आपके यहाँ लिखाई बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. इसलिए मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स से कहा कि इसमें अल्फा में लिखाई कम है. एक्चुअली अल्फा में लिखाई कम नहीं है. दिस इज द एस्पेक्ट ऑफ इट दैट वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड. बच्चा जब तक तैयार नहीं, आप कैसे लिखवा सकते हैं? बच्चे को वर्ड्स नहीं पता इंग्लिश में, इवन हिंदी में वोकैबुलरी बहुत लिमिटेड है. बच्चा रीड नहीं कर पा रहा है. बच्चे को आप आ ई नॉनसेंसिकल चीज़ें लिखवा रहे हैं जो बच्चे के लिए इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं है, राइट? तो बच्चे का मुंह फिर जाता है पढ़ाई से या फिर उस लिखने से. तो मेरे पास कई बच्चे ऐसे हैं सिटी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में जिनके पेरेंट्स थोड़ा दुखी होकर सीएमएस से वहाँ ले आए हैं. ठीक है, और आई एम श्योर अदर स्कूल्स के पास भी इस तरह से जाते हैं जैसे बच्चा जयपुरिया चला गया. तो आई थिंक पेरेंट्स दोनों तरह के आपको मिलेंगे. दोज हु रियली इंसिस्ट ऑन राइटिंग एंड दोज हु डोंट. यू हैव टू कन्विंस देम कि राइटिंग होगी. बस ये है कि हम एक डिफरेंट तरीके से स्कैफोल्ड कर रहे हैं लर्निंग को. और इसमें सबसे पहले जो महत्ता देते हैं हम, वो रीडिंग स्किल पे देते हैं कि बच्चा रीडिंग में माहिर हो जाए बिफोर दे गेट टू राइटिंग, राइट? रीडिंग जब आ जाएगी तो फिर राइटिंग में खुद ही इंटरेस्ट लेंगे क्योंकि उनको बा दिख रहा है, माइंड में बैठ गया है बा. अब आप उनसे बा लिखाओगे तो लिखेंगे, लेकिन केवल बा लिखाने से इतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेंगे. अगर हम बस लिखा दें तो दे विल बी हैविंग फन, और सब लिखा दें उल्टा भी, right? So cup, puck, the other word, right? Rakh, khar, anything sensible, non-sensible is not an issue. Hindi is such a language that you can add any whichever way and it still makes most of the time sense. But even if it doesn't make sense, they will write real words and they'll have more fun than writing nonsensical a, e, ka, kha, ga, ga. Do you agree, yes or no? Anybody disagrees? Now's your time. Okay, so they will write, and they will write lots more because they're taking interest in it. Is it not? Don't you write more when you take interest in a particular topic or a concept? Then when you come to phase 1, for all the campuses, revised thought process for all of us, phase 1 is about learning to read. Okay, now you'll say, okay, class 1 and 2 children already know how to read because KG में उन्होंने पढ़ना सीख लिया है. So there we can slowly now, because of ALfA and most of the campuses, we can imagine that the reading part can be very short. It doesn't have to be like a whole phase. It can be just maybe 5 to 10 pages and done, right? More condensed form, like here, condensed form. So you can run through it very quickly. But why should you teach them again the reading skill? Any thoughts on that? क्यों दोबारा पढ़ाना है कक्षा 1, 2, even कक्षा 3 के बच्चों को थोड़ा सा क्यों पढ़ाना है कि इस तरह से पढ़ें? Any idea why? Anybody from the front row? Yes. Okay. Raki.
It will be a revision for them also, and also we get some new admissions in the class, so they'll also learn, those new kids.
Does it hurt to revise? No, and even if you can do it in just like 4, 5 days, 10 days, does it hurt? Right? It'll enhance their fluency also. And in fact, when they learn to read in this way, their cognitive mind is used. So when they come across big words like scrumptious, they can actually figure it out, right? It actually improves their reading capacity for good because they can go back to the first principles and reconstruct their own learning. So therefore, it is necessary that they learn the new way of doing reading than the old way that they were taught. And it doesn't need to take very long at all. You can do, it's a breeze for grade 2 children, but you must also do that a little bit of. And then after reading comes what? Comprehension. So the second phase is primarily about comprehension. For grades 2 and 3, a lot of comprehension is there even early on, right? So it's a different mix for grade 3. We're also preparing them for CSSL. So it's a different cut, but logical mind, analytical mind, the comprehension skills of the children should be at a peak high by grade 2 already in ALfA. So when they come into grade 3, like Samvida ma'am said yesterday, she shared in this group, there was a small group of principals here last night, and she shared that, and you who are here from Aliganj 2 will know this, that though they only had one section out of 3 that did ALfA in year 1, that's 22-23 session, and that's one section A again did ALfA in grade 2 in the previous session, 23-24. When they came to 24-25 this session, and they took the CSSL in grade 3. So now these kids were from grade 1 to grade 2, now in grade 3, and they were mixed up. I said, well, why did you mix them up? Because we would have got even better data if you didn't mix them up. But she mixed them up in grade 3. They were not in the same section A anymore. They were mixed up across the board. And the result of that campus in CSSL in English and mathematics was the best in CMS. Do you believe that possible? In English and mathematics. I know some of you don't believe that because you say, oh, my campus did really well. Maybe so, but that's what she shared. Okay, she shared that they did the best. And that was a mixed group. But that one group that did ALfA pulled it up so much for the rest of them that it came out above the average or above the best or whatever it was she shared yesterday. So I think we know that children are going to be prepared by grade 2. When they come to grade 3, they should flourish even without ALfA. But those campuses that have opted to do ALfA should be able to see a lot more gradient. Plus the concern that I think my mother and my sister Geeta also shared, that Adhyan group had come, Spooky Wheeler and Kavita Anand. And they said, one of the things they said, what Professor Geeta Kingdon shared with you yesterday, or was it day before she was here? Day before, yeah, she shared that they said that for the first time, they've seen evidence of collaborative work in City Montessori School. Yeah. Something they've been trying for years at different schools and CMS also. And that one of the principals mentioned yesterday, we used to do it as an add-on. I think it was Station Road principal. We used to like, okay, this month we're going to focus, or with this lesson, we're going to focus on collaboration. Right? We used to do like that, add on to an existing sort of whatever it is. How do we incorporate collaboration? Now you see collaboration is everywhere through paired learning, right? So they can see that evidence. Second thing that Geeta did not share at the time, my sister, is another comment that they made was that what will happen to these children when they go back to the old system? Right? They will lose it because they'll be part of the same old rat race towards marks and God knows what. That was the second thing they mentioned. And so I'm very grateful to the principals and the campuses that have agreed to take it up in grade 3, because this will be a longitudinal study. Hopefully we can do it in grade 4, grade 5, and henceforth. Because by the time these children come to grade 10, how do we expect that they'll be performing? Any clue? If these same children, whether or not they continue with ALfA, they should do better, right? But if they continue with ALfA, what do we expect them to be able to do in grade 10? They'll become writers. They'll become creative writers. They will be leading their own learning and confident learners. Okay, what else? They can express their thoughts verbally very well, right? Which is what we want as an outcome. Oh. They'll be becoming critical thinkers. This is what we want to see. They can make their own questions. They can make higher order thinking skill questions, right? What else? They'll become great orators, debaters, and confidence will be supremely high. Are these the outcomes we want to see in grade 10 and grade 12 children? Certainly, right? The old system is really holding hostage a lot of potential of the children. Will they feel their spirit a lot more? Will they be collaborative workers? Right? Will they be ones who look out for each other? Nice people. More empathetic, like empathy research that's going on, more empathetic. Okay, so I think The point is made. Hindi is done this way. Now the second part is writing. So here you can see the first 10 sounds that the children learn. Ba, sa, pa, ra. Next, niche. There's that sound symbol. Battak ba. So they still remember ba. Now they see, they did not see the ba, the formation of the letter ba. They recognize ba very well now, obviously. But they don't know which stroke to make first. Pen strokes, they're called, right? Which pen stroke to make first. So first one is a danda, second one is a round thing, and so on. So, but you can teach, all this yourself. But they should learn on sand tray, they should learn on slates. They should write with big paint brushes or big crayons on newspaper, on easel boards. In the air, we say, write it in the air. At the back of the partners, feel it out, right? So all these things before they get to writing in small size in notebooks. Do you agree, yes or no? All of you agree? कोई जल्दी है कि हम ये सब सिखाएं कि कैसे लिखना है, कि पहले ही दिन हमें बा सिखा देना है उनको? कोई जल्दी है? भाई आप 15-20 दिन में सब खत्म कर लोगे तो क्या जल्दी है? चलिए नेक्स्ट. So ba, sa, pa, ra, and नीचे जाओ प्लीज. अ, घ, त, क. So अब घर तक चल, ये सारा या नीचे आइए और चला, right? So now they can write all these. Imagine they put all these letters in a circle. You see that circle there? Please, can you show a little bit more the circle? Big circle. Okay, so they can put all these in a circle or in a box. And can they make lots of words out of these on their own? What words can they make? Can you all do this exercise? Write in your notebook all the words you can make with those 10 letters. Can you please put the letters up again properly? Put them in a circle in your notebook. Yeah, in pairs, try to make words as many as you can for each other and with each other. Can you put that down, please, a little? Saurabh? नहीं, और ऊपर ले जाइए, ऊपर 10 के 10 लेटर्स दिखने चाहिए. हाँ, ये ठीक है. आप लोग लेफ्ट वाला ले लीजिए जल्दी से. आई एम गिविंग यू 2 minutes to make questions. 2 minutes. कितने वर्ड्स बना सकते हैं आप इससे? पीछे भी सब लोग प्लीज. आई डोंट वांट टू लूज यू. Even Rajendra Nagar campus 1, all the teachers try to make in pairs, एक दूसरे के साथ मिलजुल के आप कितने वर्ड्स बना सकते हैं? बनाइए इन 10 अक्षरों से. Two minutes. If you don't have piece of paper, just get one. Grab from anyone. Try it. It's really fun to do it. Please try it. Haji? Yeah, 3-letter words also. Good question. Make any. 2-letter, 3-letter, 4-letter, any words you can make with this. Are you trying? Rajanagar? Okay, good. Excellent. RN1. Good, good. Excellent. Are you all trying also? Good, good. Are you trying, ma'am? Here? Let's do it. Okay, where's your paper? Just write it down. Have you all written? All of you? Everyone, please write down. I know some of you thought you can do it verbally. I want you to experience it. Please, can you write down? Write it down. Some of you are being a little bit naughty. Like naughty kids. Taking shortcuts like verbal. Write it down, please. Oh, wow. Wow, we have some people who have written a whole sentence. Kya baat hai? Kya baat hai? They've written a whole sentence. Brilliant. You can write sentences also. Long words and sentences. So can you hear the chirpiness in the class? The discussions that are going on. Is this productive noise or noise? Productive noise. Yeah. Okay, how many wrote words more than 10 words? Raise your hands. Wow, that's a whole bunch of the whole class practically. Okay, now I'm going to make it more difficult. How many wrote more than 20? Wow, look at that. How many wrote more than 30? Oh my goodness, gracious me. How many wrote more than 5? Every one of you did more than 5. That's amazing. Now, is this more interesting way to write? How many wrote a very long word? Okay, how many wrote 4-letter words? How many wrote 3-letter words? Most of you. How many wrote a sentence or more? Wow, that's a lot of you. Wow, well done. Now, is this a better way to get the children to write than give them lots of homeworks to write kaka kaka? Who wants to do kaka kaka? And these are little ones. Same with English. Exactly the same thing applies for English. Even the Montessori children, in this phase 3, what are they doing? They're writing full words, cat. We just introduce them to the letters, one only, but not to fill a whole page with nana, nana, mama, mama, right? We just want them to get going in this way. How did you like this? Can anybody comment on this? This versus the old way. Anybody wants to comment on it? Raki? Come to the front. Raki ji's coordinated Rajajipuram Campus 1, doing a fantastic job. Here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We really enjoyed the activity, and children will definitely gonna enjoy it. The noise was there in the class, but it was constructive. So children will learn more and they'll enjoy like anything. They will definitely do the same with their parents, and parents, grandparents, family members, they're really gonna enjoy. And we can give them the chits of the words, they can make the words as well, and they will do the same at home as well.
Brilliant. Okay, ma'am, your view. Introduce yourself.
Mani Arora from Gomti Nagar 1. Well, about this activity, as ma'am has introduced it right now for some new teachers who are galvanizers, in fact, who are going to join us. But year before, ma'am, when you introduced us in Gomti Nagar 1, that time also you focused on this activity. I took up this activity, and by 3 months passed by, there was a child, I can still name the child, Anvit Srivastava, whose mother said, मैम घर का एक स्क्रैम्बल करके गेम आया हुआ था इंग्लिश का, उसके सारे इंग्लिश के अल्फाबेट्स इसने खोरच दिए और उस पे हिंदी के अल्फाबेट्स मार्कर से पापा से लिखवा लिए. ठीक है, और अब हम कहीं भी जाना हो पापा को रोक लेता है ये और हमको कहता है आप लोग जाइए, और हम जो हैं इसके अंदर स्क्रैम्बल गेम से 2, 3, 4, 5 लेटर्स के वर्ड्स बनाता है बच्चा. Even the child, 5 years, 5 plus, and the child was focusing, stressing again and again, I want to write a letter to my bua and help me out to write out that. So we just taught the letters, not the matras even. But the child was stressing on कि मुझे मात्रा बताइए, and he was copying it out. Then the things, मतलब like it was a critical thinking was going on. The child was self-motivated to do the things. Incredible.
See, that smile is genuine, is it? Okay, that joy is genuine. And you will all feel that joy and smiles. And every day you go home, you'll feel so happy because your little ones are excelling. And look at the parents, how they will feel when their children are doing such things. Maniji, thank you for sharing that. Really nice to know. But you've unleashed a process. In everything we are doing in ALfA, we're unleashing a process. You're starting a process, you're triggering a thought, you're triggering an action. And the children just go, go, go. It's like चक्कर गिन्नी. एक बार आपने शुरू कर दिया, चलती रही, चलती रही, चलती रही, चलती रही. तो आप जो कराना चाहते थे सालों से कि बच्चे खूब सारा लिखें, और कोई पेरेंट आपसे कहता है पहले फेज में क्यों नहीं सिखाया, आप उनसे कहिए कृपया वेट करिए. They will blossom in time. Don't force a flower to blossom earlier than it's supposed to. Let's wait out. Right? Will you not say that now? Even more so with conviction, right? Why we do what we do and when we do. So अब बच्चे जब ये words बना रहे हैं, क्या ये बना पाते अगर उनको beginning से हम ये दे देते? क्या बना पाते? Yes or no? नहीं ना, क्योंकि उनके दिमाग में formation नहीं था, ना पढ़ पा रहे हैं, ना कर पा रहे हैं, आप उनसे बाबा बाबा लिखवाते जा रहे हो. हाँ? Please, we have to stop that nonsense. Agreed? Anybody thinks not nonsense? You're welcome to say it, but now, not later when you go back to your campuses. Then you hopefully आप इसको शुरू करेंगे और फिर धीरे धीरे आपका विश्वास और भी बढ़ेगा, right? I'm not saying कि पहले दिन सबको विश्वास करना है, लेकिन जब आप इसको प्रॉपरली करेंगे नहीं तो विश्वास कहाँ से आएगा? अगर आप उसमें तिकड़मबाजी करेंगे अपनी, कुछ भी कहीं से जोड़ दिया, भैया ये मुझे पुराना पसंद है, ये मुझे नया पसंद है, अब हम उसको खिचड़ी बना के देंगे बच्चों को, हाँ? तो हमें दाल अलग चाहिए, चावल अलग चाहिए, है ना? बाद में जाके बच्चे खिचड़ी खुद ही बना लेंगे अपने आप, राइट? जो उनको सेवन करना है वो सेवन कर लेंगे. बच्चों की क्रिएटिविटी का कुछ अनुमान है इससे? हाउ मच इज द क्रिएटिविटी? 1000%. What is the not just creativity, the time on task? कितना उन्होंने लिख लिया 2 या 3 मिनट या 5 मिनट के अंदर? कोई अनुमान है? 1 गुना, 2 गुना, 3 गुना, 10 गुना देन द नॉर्मल वे? कितना? रफ्तार से जल्दी जल्दी सोचना है उन्हें वर्ड्स, क्योंकि आपने उनको टाइम लिमिट दी है. हम हमेशा टाइम लिमिट देते हैं, हम उनको ये नहीं कहते 5 वर्ड्स बनाइए, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड यू कैन सी व्हाई नाउ. क्यों नहीं कहते 5 वर्ड्स बनाइए? यू आर लिमिटिंग देम. कितने बच्चों ने 30+ बना लिया इस क्लास में? बहुत बच्चों ने बनाया 30+. आप कहेंगे नहीं नहीं आपको तो केवल 5 बनाना है क्योंकि मैंने कहा 5 बनाओ. क्यों नहीं आप उनको 5 मिनट देते हैं, कहते हैं जितने चाहो बनाओ. एंड देयर इज नथिंग लाइक स्लो लर्नर फास्ट लर्नर. राइटिंग स्पीड्स वेरी करते हैं, सोचने का समय ज्यादा लगता है कुछ बच्चों को, कुछ को कम लगता है. कोई इशू नहीं है. वी आर नॉट कंपेयरिंग, राइट? I did this for a demonstration for you. You can go around the class on your tiptoes and see how many they've written, like I tried to do. I just went around. I saw some children were not on task, right? They were on their mobiles. Some children were, mobile to hoga nahi class mein bachcho ke paas. Anyway, some children were doing it verbally. Some children were just thinking about it. So you get to know what the issues are and you can address them, right? Maybe my class is not so attractive. Maybe I did not make it very interesting for you all, but I can do it in my reflection register that about 10% of the class was not engaged, right? It's my challenge now. How do I make everybody on task? That's my challenge now. It goes in my reflection register. So every teacher, the tables move to the side. Rajan Nagawan, please notice. Teachers are not in the center anymore. Teachers never go to the front, never is pretty much the case. 90% plus of the time, teachers do not go to the front except with a pair. So the pair can be your puppets, the pair can be another child, and then there's a 4-step process that we learned yesterday, and we'll do another session with all the new teachers from different campuses. So like this is a detailed session, right? Didn't we do a detailed session? अब इसमें थोड़ा writing का थोड़ा और scaffolding देख लेते हैं. ये तो प्रथम था, तो इसमें हम लोग letters आ ई क्रम में अभी भी नहीं सिखा रहे हैं. अभी भी हम उन्हें लेसन के अकॉर्डिंग सिखा रहे हैं. 5 लेसन्स हैं तो 5 सेट्स ऑफ वर्ड्स लेटर्स हैं. ठीक है, पहला लेसन उसमें ये था बस पर अब घर तक चल. नेक्स्ट में उठ फल ढक ऊन झटपट छत पर रख. दैट्स द सेकंड वन. तो उसके जितने भी लेटर्स हैं वो उसमें. आप वो वाक्य पढ़ के नहीं सुनाएंगे बच्चों को, क्योंकि जहां आपने वाक्य बता दिया फिर वो क्यों पढ़ेंगे? उनको तो डिस्कवर करना है वो वाक्य. तो आप वाक्य नहीं बताएंगे, उनको पढ़ने देंगे. वो खुद ही कहेंगे अरे मैम ये तो एक वाक्य बन गया. Wouldn't that be awesome? They come up with that conclusion. और फिर नेक्स्ट है यश ऐनक पहन और पत्र पढ़ हर अक्षर पढ़. That's your third lesson. Fourth lesson, please turn. उसके जितने भी लेटर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर हैं. नेक्स्ट वन. ओके, लास्ट 2 लेसन, 5 लेसन है. चौथा लेसन है ऋषभ आ ओम भज यज्ञ कर चरण पढ़. ठीक है, तो ये आपका हो गया 4th लेसन. लास्ट वन इज ईद पर वतन आ इधर थम जय जगत कर. इन वन ऑफ द वर्जन्स जय जगत कर, इसमें इधर थम. अंगद ईद पर वतन आ अंगद इधर थम. ठीक है, ये आपका हो गया आखिरी लेसन. और उसमें अहम भी जोड़ दिया है, तो यू कैन, बिकॉज अहम इज इन द लास्ट set those रेफ पदेन, all of those. So that's it. And then guess what, guys? The thing you have loved all your life the most, that you swear by the most, it comes at the end, not the beginning. हाँ, ये आपके जो बहुत प्यारी चीज थी है, क्या हो गया इसके साथ? इसको एंड में दिखा रहे हैं. क्यों दिखा रहे हैं? क्योंकि एक तो हिस्टोरिकल फैक्ट है कि भैया एक क्रम भी होता था, एक टेलीग्राम भी होता था पहले, एक लैंडलाइन टेलीफोन भी होता था पहले. बहुत चीजें पहले होती थी, राइट? आज की डेट में नहीं, कभी कभी बता सकते हैं, हिस्टोरिकल फैक्ट है कि एक क्रम में होता था. एंड एक्चुअली इट इज गॉट अ साइंटिफिक बेसिस. दिस इज सो अमेजिंग, दिस वर्णमाला. We had no idea it was actually very scientifically made. Till I researched, because I am anadi in Hindi. मैं विदेश में 26 साल रह के भारत वापस आई थी, लेकिन मुझे हिंदी बनाना था क्योंकि मुझे श्रम वाले लोगों के साथ काम करना था. तो मैंने खुद रिसर्च करके हार्ड वर्क करके हिंदी सीखी, और आप लोग को अभी बता रहे हैं जो निकल के आया है निचोड़. तो इसमें भी आप देखेंगे पिक्चर पहले है. नॉर्मली आप जो देखेंगे वर्णमाला, उसके अंदर पहले अ लिखा होगा, फिर अनार होगा, राइट? तो इट इज क्रम में तो है ये, लेकिन पहले चित्र है, फिर वर्ड है, फिर साउंड है. सो सेम आइडिया इज फॉलोड हियर. बट अब आप नीचे जाइएगा प्लीज. इसमें जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस लिखे हैं उस पर जाइए. तो वर्णमाला हम क्यों सिखाते हैं? क्योंकि एक डिक्शनरी ऑर्डर है ये एज वेल. but it's also historically very beautiful and it's been made very scientifically. अब कोई जना आगे आके इसे पढ़ के सुनाए जिसकी हिंदी मेरे से ज़्यादा अच्छी है. आप लोग में से कोई आइए, कम पढ़ के सुनाइए. This is really fascinating. Everybody please be on task. Everybody off the mobiles for a few minutes. Okay, listen to what Rakhi is reading out now. Fascinating discovery about the Varnmala.
वर्णमाला का मतलब अक्षरों की माला है. ओके, या सो जहां स्वर और व्यंजन होते हैं, इन्हें ऐसे क्रम में लगाया गया है जैसे हम गले से होठों तक बोलते हैं. ओके, इन्हें ऐसे क्रम में लगाया गया है जैसे हम गले से होठों तक बोलते हैं. कहो और महसूस करो. क क क कि यह ध्वनि गले से आ रही है. कहां से आ रही है? गले से. देन अब नो हाँ, अब प कहो और देखो कि यह ध्वनि होठों से बन रही है. प प ग प लाइक वॉइस्ड एंड अनवॉइस्ड. सो फिर बारी बारी से सभी अक्षर बोलते हुए देखो कि ध्वनि कहाँ से शुरू हो रही है. सो दैट एंटायर वर्ग लाइक क ख ग घ अंग, दिस इज क वर्ग. या सो देन प फ ब भ म, प फ ब भ म, सो दिस इज प वर्ग. Then bari okay, then like this we can do all verb, no? Ka kha ga gha anga cha cha ja ja na pa pha ba bha ma. बारी बारी से स्वर और व्यंजन मिलाकर, नहीं, आई मिस दिस वन. बोलते समय अपने गले, मुंह और होठों को महसूस करो. सो इट्स फ्रॉम योर दिस, गले से होठों तक आते हैं. देन बारी बारी से स्वर और व्यंजन मिलाकर मजेदार या बेतुके शब्द बनाओ. बच्चा प कहेगा. ओ ओके, बच्चा. सो आई नीड अ पार्टनर देन. इज इट लाइक दिस? या ओके. हाँ, प ई पी पई. ओके, पई. नो, बेतुका. बेतुका. ओके. ब आ ल, बाल. बाल. सो सार्थक. सार्थक. सार्थक शब्द. बाल. शब्द बनाओ. घर पर नए शब्द बनाओ और अगले दिन साथी के साथ पढ़कर आनंद उठाओ. Here, ma'am, I have a confusion. Like per e, so won't it be p? So, हाँ, so should it be pai or p? Okay. No, p तो नहीं होगा, but p. Okay, pai. Okay.
Both would be all right, but yes, they're reading the actual letters. So pa e pai, not जोड़ के मात्रा नहीं बना रहे हैं अभी. खैर, कैसा लगा? कैसो लागो? कैसो लागो? How many of you knew this before? Wow, there are a whole bunch of people. So you are better experts in Hindi than I ever was. I did not know any of this. And I was like a child, really overjoyed to discover all this. Yes, you said that. Huh. Yeah. Okay. They're classified that way. Wow, that's interesting. Anyway, so by the way, if you find any mistakes in the book, they're entirely mine. I cannot blame anybody else but myself for any mistakes. Please help me correct them. Yeah, if you see a बिंदु का भी मतलब है कि वो ना है कि माँ है, you know, what sound it is determined by the last letter of that row. So scientific, I had no idea that Hindi was such a rich and scientific language. No idea at all. Yes, sure, Anuji.
In Hindi, any vyanjan that you speak, if I'm saying ka, there's a sound coming at the end. So that chota that you talk of is actually joined with that. And when we do Sanjay Viched, we used to put a halant and we used to remove that sound from there. So, right? Now, what has happened is when we are writing Hindi names into English, it's Ram. And how do we write it? No, but what in the books is it written as? Rama, Rama. Krishna, Krishna. Now, who is a Krishna? Who is Krishna? Krishna is Draupadi. The name of Draupadi is Krishna. So when we say Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, we are actually calling Draupadi. We are not calling Krishna. So Lord Krishna says, oh, she's not calling me. Now Draupadi has to go and run and help them. I'm sitting on my throne.
Wow, clap for her, please. That adds volume to our learning. Wow. Absolutely can be wowed about everything. Okay, next page. So we introduced the Varnmala after introducing the 5 lessons where they're already writing words. Next. Okay, so here is more expression of that circle. You introduce him to the circle with the 5 sets of बिना मात्रा वाले शब्द. अब मात्रा वाले भी letters वो लिख सकते हैं, का, की, कऊ, कंग, कहा, whatever. They can write any of those in the circles. So for example, if I'm working with Seema, I'm Sunita, we'll write the individual letters in a circle, right? And then we'll make umpteen words out of those, many words out of those. So we unleash a process again. All of this acts as trigger. So children can make loads and loads and loads of words in their notebooks. Yes or no? With the matras now, okay? And then, so like we've had one circle and there are 10 words made out of that one circle, the first one. Then they can do their own. And we also, get them to write them as 1, 2, 3, 4. Then phalon ke naam, सब्जियों के नाम. आगे जाइए प्लीज, खत्म करते हैं से. नीचे सेंटेंस बनाना है, बाय द वे. लेफ्ट में वर्ड्स के बाद नीचे सेंटेंसेस बनाना है. देन सब्जियों के नाम, फलों के नाम, वाक्य बना सकते हैं बच्चे सब्जियों के नाम से. फलों के नाम से आज मैंने रात में आलू बैगन की सब्जी खाई. They can write sentences. Next. हाँ, इधर वाक्य बना रहे हैं, वाक्य के थ्रू कहानी बना रहे हैं. बच्चे लोग 5 वाक्य लिखेंगे, एक कहानी, एक सीन को दिमाग में रख के, तो वो कहानी भी बन जाएगी. Next. So then, of course, विशेषण, adjectives are introduced when they're making this. ये हरा क्या है? ये हरी मेथी है. Okay, next. हरा कद्दू है. अच्छा, ठीक है. Next. नारंगी गाजर है. अगला प्लीज. And यहाँ पे animals and birds के नाम हैं. Again, enriching the children. Then they are also learning about verbs. Gallops, the horse gallops. हिंदी में क्या बोलेंगे? टप टप. Horse does what? Okay. All right. Then they must learn to write address. अभी तक हम लोगों ने उनको सिखाया अपना नंबर सीख लें, right? पता बोल लें, क्योंकि हम लोग जब मोबाइल का एक्टिविटी करते हैं तो बच्चों को अपना पता याद करना चाहिए. ठीक है, उनको याद होना चाहिए उनका पता क्या है. और यहाँ पे पता लिख रहे हैं बच्चे. तो यहाँ पे ऑस्ट्रेलिया का भी एक है और भारत के 2-3 हैं उदाहरण के तौर पर. और हर चीज हम फ्रेम में दे रहे हैं. फ्रेम में पहले क्या लिखेंगे, फिर क्या लिखेंगे, फिर क्या लिखेंगे, तो बच्चों को वो ऑर्डर याद रहे. आज की डेट में हाई स्कूल के बच्चे भी लेटर नहीं लिख पाते हैं और ये आपके छोटे छोटे बच्चे कर लेंगे. आखिरी में दिया है एक पिक्चर कॉम्पोजिशन. इट्स अ स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट. अब आप अगेन इट्स अ ट्रिगर. बच्चे लोग घर में जाके क्या करेंगे, घर में जाके क्या करेंगे बच्चे लोग? अन्य फोटोज को लेके कहानी बनाएंगे, पिक्चर कॉम्पोजिशन करेंगे. आप बताइए मैम क्या कह रहे हैं? मैम वो जो triggers and words के साथ children can take the words and can build up a story with the help of their parents. So that is so enriching and so good for the children. So this is how they are not only working on the vocabulary, but sentence making as well. It is the same as we are doing in English, ma'am. Thank you so much.
तो ये आता है थोड़े दिनों बाद, जब बच्चे बहुत सारी कहानियाँ भी पढ़ चुके होते हैं, तो उनके दिमाग में ये पता लग जाता है कि कहानी को बनाना कैसे है। ये तो बहुत सरल तरीके से हमने आपको दिया है, लेकिन जब बच्चे पढ़ लेते हैं कि कहानी का एक प्रथम भाग होता है, फिर बीच का भाग हम 3 पैराग्राफ्स में लिख सकते हैं शायद, फिर नीचे एंड में कैसे करते हैं, सारा कनेक्टेड कैसे होता है। जैसे अगर चिड़िया के ऊपर लिख रहे हैं, तो बिगनिंग में कहेंगे चिड़ियाएँ कहाँ गईं? एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क या क्वेश्चन मार्क, राइट? Sari beautiful chidiyan, sparrows, where are the sparrows? So we can start with a starting statement, and we can end with a similar statement. Let's go bring the birds back, right? And then you'll build your body around it in the middle. So children must know how to compose a story. So this is very early steps, but in the middle of this, we'll also have lots of reading. They'll read storybooks. तो उसे क्या फायदा मिल रहा है जब storybooks पढ़ रहे हैं बच्चे? उनकी vocabulary enrich हो रही है? Yes or no? या उनको सेंटेंस स्ट्रक्चर बेटर बनाने का मौका मिल रहा है। अब क्या होता है जब हम कॉम्पोजिशन देते हैं, कक्षा 5 तक हम कॉम्पोजिशन जब तक देते हैं, तब भी बच्चे वही तरह से लिखते हैं जैसे कक्षा 1 में लिखते थे, ज्यादातर बच्चे। जैसे आपने कहा कि एक डॉग के ऊपर लिखो या माय बर्थडे पार्टी पे लिखो, तो वही लिखेंगे जो हर बच्चा लिखता है अप्रोक्सीमेटली। आप वो पढ़ना नहीं चाहेंगे, आप बहुत बोर हो जाएंगे पढ़ पढ़ के उसे, इतना बोरिंग लिखते हैं बच्चा, क्योंकि हमने कभी उनको सिखाया नहीं कैसे लिखो रिच कर। How about a birthday party that ended in a disaster? Right? Now you can write something interesting. Everybody will write something, kya hua, kya disaster? So we have to think of topics well, but we also have to give them lots of rich text, understanding of rich text before they can write. So writing must scaffold a little bit later on, especially creative writing. And here we give a lot of models, model-based writing. For example, हमने English में दिया है like biography of a chair, autobiography of a chair. So children will now write autobiography of chapati or anything else. Or we've given a flow chart, how to make a lemonade. Now they'll write a flow chart on how to make a mango shake or something. Yes, okay. Yeah. So anyway, so that's it. This is Hindi. You may now clap. Thank you very much. अपने बारे में भी अच्छा फील करना अच्छी बात है। हाँ, आप लोग अपने बारे में अच्छा फील करते हैं? Very good. Clap for yourselves now. Thank you. You are amazing. भाई इतनी देर कोई नहीं सुनता है किसी की बात, लेकिन मुझे कहनी थी अपनी बात क्योंकि टाइम नहीं मिला लास्ट 2 दिनों में। I made it interesting. Oh, I still will remember one thing. I will remember is मटक मटक कर चल, ठुमक ठुमक कर चल, ठुमक ठुमक कर चल. That is one thing I will remember. It will remember in my mind. Why will I remember that more than most anything else? Why? We'll remember the actions. And in fact, you'll get the whole class to matak matak. Please, can we do that as we part for lunch? And then after that, you'll go into your breakout rooms. Innovation Week, please tell where they're going. Matak matak kar chal ke dikhaiye aap sab log, please. 1 minute में जब वहाँ जाना है, और मटक मटक के जाइएगा वहां तक लंच के लिए, ठीक है? बताइए। ये लोग बता रहे हैं इस रूम में जाना है। I don't want to see anybody who's not matak matak ke chal. सबको मटक मटक के चलना है। Oh my God, look at this. 36 words. Anybody topping 36 words? 44 words. How many? Can somebody pass on that message? 44, 36, so neatly written also. Can you believe it? So neatly written. Ma'am, raise your hands and tell how many. 52? 47? 52? Oh my God. How many? 46. Wow. Can we please clap for all these great super writers
And all of you will become great super writers. Next time you know what to do, you'll do a lot better. And you practice at home, you'll get really good at it. Okay? All right. Thank you very much for bringing that. Wow, awesome. Okay, बताइए कहाँ पे जाना है, फिर लोग ठुमक ठुमक के जाएंगे वहां पर.
Jai Jagat teachers. Teachers, now we are going to break for lunch. But before that, pre-primary, do you know where do you have to go? Yes, the room numbers, Montessori, nursery, KG, everybody knows? All right, I don't have to announce anything. So after lunch, you'll go straight to your rooms. Right? Thank you so much.
Let's arrange the primary teachers a little bit because the numbers are voluminous. So we have 3 rooms for class 1 and then again 3 rooms for class 2. The room numbers are 103, 104, 109 for classes 1. I mean, all sections of class 1. And for class 2, we have 110, 111, and 112. Now, how are we dividing? In 103, room number 103, class 1, which all campuses will go? Just note down. Aliganj 1, RN2, Indranagar 1, Chowk, Indranagar 2, and RN1. We've kept the mentor and mentee campuses together, right? In 104, class 1. Class 1 will be sitting in 103, 104, and 109, okay? Now 103, Aliganj 1, class 1 of Aliganj 1, RN2, Indranagar 1, Chowk, Indranagar 2, and RN1, right? In 104, Aliganj 2, Gomti Nagar Extension, Station Road, GC, Golf City, SOW, and Ayodhya Road. This is 104 for class 1. GN1 will be in 109, RJPM 1 with RJPM 2 and the Goodwill Building, RDSO, Anand Nagar, Kanpur Road, and Jopling Road. Similarly, the same groups of class 2 will be sitting in 110, 111, and 112. Okay? If
2 o'clock.
we reach there by 2 o'clock, you all can go to the basement dining hall, have your lunch, and then reach there. Tumak tumak ke. We all will do tumak tumak and then go down.
देश में तू हर वेश में तू तेरे नाम अनेक तू एक ही है कुलसुम
तुम्हारी उम्र कितनी कितने साल की हो
6 साल
पापा का नाम बताओ
टिंकू
मम्मी का
रोना
ये क्या लिखा है पढ़ के दिखाओ
बा सा ता बस बसंत
एकाध आधे नंबर सीखना ये 100 को दिखाता है ये 10 को और ये 1 को ठीक है अब मैं नंबर बनाऊंगा तुम बताना कितना
ओके
255।
वेरी गुड, शाबाश। अब तुम मुझे नंबर दो।
हाँ, तो मैं नंबर बना रहा हूँ।
334।
वेरी गुड, एक्सेलेंट।
थैंक यू। अब बेटा आप लोगों ने देखा हम लोगों ने कैसा किया। आप में से कौन कौन आना चाहता है, हाथ खड़ा करो। बेटा आप
दो
लोग आए।
Yes, excellent. चार सौ 22।
सब लोगों ने देखा ना आपके साथियों ने कैसे किया। अब वैसे ही आप लोग भी आपस में पेयर में एक दूसरे से प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं, जवाब दीजिए। ठीक है, चलिए बेटा स्टार्ट कीजिए।
432। सही है। 1 2 3 4 402।
क्या नंबर हुआ है? 4। ओके, ये 4 है, ये क्या है? 2। तो ये पूरा क्या नंबर हुआ? कोई बता सकता है? 6 नहीं हुआ? कितने हुए? 42। वेरी गुड। सुरेंद्र सर ने भी निकाली है। तो आइसक्रीम के लिए कितने हैं? 4। 20, 30, 40 और 42।
14
के बाद
15।
15 के लिए कितने चाहिए होंगे आपके? 10 हैं, 5 चाहिए होंगे, कितने चाहिए होंगे?
5।
निकालो। अच्छा, अब आपको कौन सा नंबर बनाना चाहिए? हो गया 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15। नेक्स्ट
16।
16 यहाँ बना दीजिए।
दोनों एक से ये क्या है? घनाभ दिख तो नहीं रहा। घनाभ दिखाओ बना के। अरे अच्छा, ये घनाभ में कितनी साइड होती है?
देखिए 1 2 3 4 5 6।
वेरी गुड।
किसका चित्र है? उल्लू का। उल्लू की पहली ध्वनि क्या है? यह किसका चित्र है? था। तेरा। टटेरे की पहली ध्वनि क्या है? था। इन दोनों ध्वनियों को मिलाकर क्या शब्द बनेगा? उठा। उठ।
चम्मच ना, चम्मच की पहली आवाज। और तो यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? प और चा, प चा पच। वेरी गुड। ये क्या है? बोलिए। बा सही है। और ये क्या है? दोनों मिला के क्या बना? रब। वेरी गुड। अब ये बताओ। नहीं।
मेंढक कैसे बोला? क्या हो गई? हो गई। और वो रोने लगे। कैसे रोई?
देखो ये तो बता दो, ये 100 है 43। मेरा नाम आस्था परवीन है और मैं यहाँ पहले मैं कुछ नहीं पढ़ पा रही थी, कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ पा रही थी। अब मैं याले स्कूल आ गई हूँ तो सब कुछ मैं नंबर भी लिख सकती हूँ, जोड़ भी सकती हूँ, पढ़ भी सकती हूँ। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम सिफा है। जब से मैंने इस स्कूल में आना शुरू करा है, पहले मुझे कुछ नहीं आता था, ना मैं कुछ पढ़ पाती थी और बहुत जगह भी नाम लिखवाया, ट्राई करा, मगर कहीं नहीं पढ़ पाई। और अगर मैं इस स्कूल में आने लगी हूँ, अब मुझे आ भी गया है और मैं ये बुक पढ़ती हूँ। थैंक यू देवी संस्थान। मेरा नाम फरहान है। आज मेरा स्कूल में ये पहला दिन है। मैं पहले आंगनबाड़ी में पढ़ता था, मगर मैम हमें हिंदी पढ़ाती थी, मुझे समझ नहीं आता था। और जब से मैं स्कूल में आया हूँ, मुझे हिंदी 3 अक्षर वाले और 2 अक्षर वाले सब समझ में आने लगे। मेरा नाम साइमीन है। मैं जनता नगरी में रहती हूँ। मुझे हल्का हल्का पढ़ना आता था, फिर मेरे घर के सामने कैंप लगा, मैं वहाँ पढ़ने जाने लगी। मेरे टीचरों ने, मेरे सरों ने हमको पढ़ना सिखाया, बहुत सिखाया, तो पढ़ना आ गया। हमको अखबार नहीं पढ़ना आता था, तो हमको अखबार पढ़ना भी आ गया। बड़े बड़े सवाल भी आ गए करना, इकाई दहाई भी मेरे सर ने, मैम ने सिखाया हम लोग को। फिर पढ़ना आ भी गया। अंग्रेजी नहीं आती थी, अंग्रेजी भी पढ़ना आ गया। मैं अपने टीचरों का धन्यवाद देती हूँ। शुक्रिया।
रूपा कुमारी वर्मा।
अच्छा, तो आपके कितने बच्चे पढ़ते हैं यहाँ?
2 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं।
क्या क्या नाम है?
प्रथम कुमार वर्मा, यश कुमार वर्मा।
अच्छा, किस क्लास में है?
एक 7th में, एक 9th में, एक 8th में।
तो यहाँ पे आपको कैसा लगा जब बच्चा आपका आया?
हमारा बच्चा जब यहाँ आया तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा कि सब चीज़ पे अब ध्यान दिया जाता है। बच्चे पढ़ने में अच्छे हैं, उनको फोकस करते हैं कि बच्चे क्या पढ़ रहे हैं, उनको क्या सिखाया जाता है। और आते ही हमें सब बताते हैं कि हमें बच्चे हमारे सब अच्छा पढ़ते हैं।
ओके, और आपको जैसे उसकी जो पहले जो घर में एक्टिविटीज थी, जो अभी है, उसमें आपको कुछ क्या डिफरेंस लगा, क्या अंतर लगा?
उसमें बहुत बदलाव आ गए हैं। बच्चे उन्हें, हमारे बच्चे जो हैं पढ़ने में अच्छे, बताते हैं हमें। अब कुछ बदलाव ना शरीर में आने लगा है।
और उसने यहाँ के बारे में क्या
और यहाँ के बारे में बताया कि हमारे यहाँ के सर लोग हमें बहुत बताते, अच्छी अच्छी बातें, खाना पीना और पढ़ाने में बहुत अच्छे हैं हमारे सर। थैंक यू।
बच्चे खूब कायदे से नहीं, हमारे बच्चे पढ़े लिखे नहीं है, खूब आयदा उनका तहजीब तरीका बहुत हुआ। खाइन पीन आपके यहाँ स्कूल में यहाँ 40 वर्ष चला है, इतना ना बच्चे पास हुए हैं, तब बच्चे पढ़ के बहुत। आपकी पढ़ाई में यहाँ बच्चे हमारे पास, आपकी पढ़ाई में 12 दिन में हमारे बच्चे बहुत जाने गए। हाँ ठीक।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मेरे बच्चे ने बहुत कुछ यहाँ पर सीखा जो पहले नहीं भी आता था। इतने दिनों में बहुत अच्छा सीखा उसने और अच्छा पढ़ रहा है। अब तक के तो पेपर ही पढ़ लेता और मैथ भी अच्छी कर लेता है अब तो। मतलब अच्छा खासा आने लगा, जो कुछ नहीं था। और स्कूल भी बहुत अच्छा पहले से कर दिया है, प्राइवेट की तरह अच्छा कर दिया। पहले जो एकदम यहाँ पर कुछ भी नहीं था, अब अच्छा कर दिया है पहले से।
भारती गांधी जी, आदरणीय सुनीता गांधी जी, और यहाँ पर उपस्थित भी मैंने देखा पूर्व वरिष्ठ IAS अधिकारी, हमारे प्रमुख सचिव राज्यपाल रहे पटनायक साहब और उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, आज बच्चों के बीच आकर और सुनीता गांधी जी और दूसरा इनका जो NGO है देवी संस्थान, उन्होंने मिलकर बच्चों को एक नई राह दिखाने का काम किया है कि बच्चे आधुनिक शिक्षा का जो बगैर पैसे को खर्च किए उसमें वो सहभागिता कर सके, इसके लिए इन्होंने प्रयत्न किया है। वास्तव में शिक्षा एक ऐसी चीज है कि जितना आप दीजिए उतना ही वो बढ़ता जाता है, आपका धन बढ़ता है, आपका ज्ञान बढ़ता है और शिक्षा समाज का परिवर्तन का परिचायक बनता है। कोई हिंदू हो, कोई मुसलमान हो, कोई कुछ और हो, अगर शिक्षा है तो उसको सच्चा भारतीय नागरिक बनाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका यहाँ पर होती है। आदरणीय भारती गांधी जी को जब मैं देखता हूँ तो उनके जोश को देखकर लगता है कि इतना बड़ा संस्थान उन्होंने सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल खड़ा किया। सुनीता गांधी जी को जब देखता हूँ तो उन्होंने सिटी इंटरनेशनल यहाँ पर उन्होंने शुरू किया और आज मुझे खुशी है कि इस क्षेत्र के जो पार्षद हैं राहुल मिश्रा जी, वो इनके विद्यालय के विद्यार्थी रहे हैं। मैं बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कम से कम लखनऊ में कई हजार, आज भी 60,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, तो आपने कई वर्षों से जो सेवा की है शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में लखनऊ की, वो अभूतपूर्व है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप सब लोग जो आए हैं, आप निश्चित रूप में कुछ न कुछ इस विद्यालय के प्रति अपनी भावनाओं को लेकर आए हैं। मैं उम्मीद संस्था का भी बहुत प्रशंसक रहा हूं कि उन्होंने भी समाज के क्षेत्र में बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। आज मैंने सिटी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में भी बहुत परिवर्तन देखा था और आज अगर इसी प्रकार से प्राइवेट जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं या प्राइवेट स्कूल्स हैं, वो कुछ सरकारी स्कूलों को अडॉप्ट करें और सरकार और निजी क्षेत्र के लोग PPP मॉडल पर काम शुरू करें, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बदलाव आएगा। सरकार की प्राथमिकता बेसिक स्कूल वे हैं और सुदूर गांवों में भी बेसिक स्कूलों की बिल्डिंग अच्छी हुई है, टीचर्स आए हैं, पठन पाठन का तरीका बदला है और स्मार्ट क्लासेस को प्रारंभ करने में पहल हुई है। मैं आप सबका बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने मुझे बुलाया।
My name is Prashaya Siddiqui of Kindergarten D. I am going to sing a song on ALfA. I hope you all will like it. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, अब पढ़ना हुआ बहुत आसान. Jack and Jill went up the hill to reach the goals of numeracy. Jack gives the concept of ones and tens to make calculation more easy. Hello, I am Watermelon. Today I have prepared ice cream from watermelon. Me, watermelon, watermelon, banana, banana, chiku, 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 fruit salad. I feel so happy. What makes you happy, Benny? The sun is shining and the flowers smell amazing. Anna, you eat different food and we are different foods. Why? Luca, it's because we come from different cultures. Our customs and traditions are different. Hello Tina, hello Toto. Let's do color mixing today. Let's take red color and yellow color. Let's see what it mixes. Red and yellow mixes orange. I am doing the twisting activity. This is float. This is pink. This is float. This is pink. Thank you.
Which shape is this?
This is circle.
Very good.
later guiding me. I'm going to sing a song on ALfA. I hope you all will like it. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, अब पढ़ना हुआ बहुत आसान. Jack and Jill ran up the hill to reach the woods of numeracy. Jack gave the concept of ones and tens to make calculation more easy. Hello, I am Watermelon. Today I have prepared ice cream from watermelon. Me, watermelon, watermelon, banana, banana, chiku, 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 fruit salad. I feel so happy. What makes you happy, Benny? The sun is shining and the flowers smell amazing. Anna, you eat different food and we are different food. Why? Luca, it's because we come from different cultures. Our customs and traditions are different. Hello Tina, hello Toto. Let's do color mixing today. Let's take red color and yellow color. Let's see what it mixes. Red and yellow mixes orange. I am doing the mixing activity. This is float. This is pink. This is float. This is pink. Thank you.
is this?
This is circle.
Very good.
My name is Prashaya Siddiqui of Kindergarten B. I am going to sing the song on ALfA. I hope you all will like it. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, अब पढ़ना हुआ बहुत आसान. Jack and Jill went up the hill to reach the woods of numeracy. Jack gives the concept of ones and tens to make calculation more easy. Hello, I am Watermelon. Today I have prepared ice cream from watermelon. Me, watermelon, watermelon, banana, banana. Chiku, 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 fruit salad. amazing.
Hala, you eat different food and we are different foods. Why?
Luca, it's because we come from different cultures. Our customs and traditions are different. Hello Tina, hello Toto. Let's do color mixing today. Let's take red color and yellow color. Let's see what it mixes. Red and yellow mixes orange. I am doing the fishing activity. This is float. This is pink. This is float. This is pink. Thank you.
Which shape is this?
This is circle.
Very good.